I have communicated the fact that we are at the High Court so that we can have the necessary documentation being stamped and accepted by the High Court. And for that, with traffic and accreditation just to come in, that delayed us with that 8 minutes. I profusely apologize. That is not in any way manner to disrespect the Commission.
You said something about communicating. What did you say? I think you said communicated. Or did I mishear?
Sorry, Commissioner, I didn't get that clear.
I thought somewhere in what you were saying, you said something about having communicated. Did I mishear?
Yes. Since at about 7 o'clock this morning, I've been in communication with the attorneys of the Commission, also in terms of exchange of documentation, where they were not having received necessary documentation.
Did that have anything to do with the possibility of you being late?
Yes, my colleague did communicate. He's just outside, but I will give you that. I can be able to give the details in terms of who exactly should communicate that we're running slightly late, or we might.
But in any event, Mr. Ngwato, you knew that you had to be here at 9:30. I do not understand why you would have had to go to the High Court personally. Surely you have other people in your law firm who could do that. And that's a very simple, attending to court and making sure that the matter is properly registered, assigned a case number and all that. That's a very minor, yes important, but very minor administrative issue, which could be done by anybody. It could even be done by administrative people who are not legally trained. Why it should take the owner of the firm, I assume you are the owner of your law firm, to go there and attend to this, it just does not make sense at all to me. For you to then make us wait for you, for something that could be done by someone else. For example, last week, you were there with please remind me? Mr. Malika. You were there with Mr. Malika. Why could Mr. Malika not attend to that? Or whoever else for that matter. This is totally unacceptable. Totally unacceptable. It's actually unprofessional conduct to make us wait. Why did you not communicate with Mr. Shaskalsen?
Mr. Commissioner, like I indicated, that I've been in contact with the attorneys.
Why did you not communicate with Mr. Shaskalsen?
I don't have Mr. Shaskalsen's direct number.
You were communicating with the Commission's attorneys. You could easily have gotten his number from them. That's not an excuse.
Commissioner, maybe if I'm given a chance to respond, then the Commissioner will
appreciate. Yes, go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Thank you. As of yesterday, Commissioner, I have 6 times called DM attorneys, and I spoke to Mr. Mbao to give me the number of Geraldine Berger, who I know and have been introduced since the beginning of this proceedings to be the person, to be the contact person. For the entire day, I was not given those numbers. This morning, I spoke to the main director of DM attorneys himself, and I indicated my disappointment that their law firm, since yesterday, I've been communicating with one of the officials just to get through to Geraldine Berger, and I could not get those details. I was quite very happy when I now deal with the main director, and we started exchanging since this morning. We're traveling with one car. When we were just about to arrive, and I was requested to have a copy of the High Court, I indicated to Mr. Mokhasho that for some reason since this morning, my phone cannot open PDF documents. So I'm waiting for Mr. Malika to come outside court. I'm standing outside court so that I can send the necessary documentation to him. Unfortunately, in this particular instance, there was never any malice or any intention on our side to disrespect the Commission. I've been up since 6 o'clock this morning dealing with this particular matter. We left our office 2 o'clock this morning.
Mr. Ngwato, I will say this, and I do not want us to engage any further on it. What you say from where I'm sitting are excuses that are totally unacceptable. I maintain what I said earlier, which is that knowing that you had to be here at 9:30, there was no reason for you to attend to a minor, yes, important administrative issue that could have been attended to by anybody. Totally unacceptable. The discussion is closed.
But we apologize for that, Commissioner.
Sorry?
We apologize for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Shaskalsen?
Chair, Mr. Ngwato was going to move a postponement
Thank
application.
Yes. Mr. Ngwato, we have before us your postponement application. Can you proceed to move it, please?
Indeed. Commissioner, must appreciate and thank the Commission for having granted us the postponement last week. And indeed, we definitely used off the time to the best of our ability as was granted since last week. However, since we started finalizing the documentation, certain things really cropped up and showed and changed the direction that we were taking, which therefore since necessitated this application. As it's commonly known, we are the creatures of instruction. It's our client instruction then to bring an urgent application in the High Court, purely and solely for two reasons. As the Commission is in possession of the papers, I take that the papers might have been read and apologize that they've been submitted to the Commission almost on the 11th hour. The first reason, Commission, is the same reason, one of the reasons that we mentioned last week, that the applicant, before he could even make his first written submission to the Commission on the 17th of December, an interim report was already been issued, which we fully understand and correctly so in terms of section 10.4 of the terms of reference, that the Commission is entitled to do so. But 2 days before he could even make his first written submission, an interim report has already been issued, which had recommendations and findings and recommendations against him. Unbeknown, and obviously we do not have access to that particular interim report, but just a day before our appearance on the 30th of January, which is last week, Friday, the state president publicly announced that he accepted the same report, and therefore an announcement was made that he needs to be charged. It is on the basis, that's the first reason, it's on the basis of that is of the view that even though at the Commission he is a witness, not an accused, but whatever he may be able to say as a witness at the Commission he may incriminate himself, which will be a violation in terms of section 35(3) of the Constitution. The second aspect that made us to then make the application to the High Court, Commissioner, is that in perusing the WhatsApp charts, the nature of the WhatsApp charts and the manner in which they've been extrapolated, it only shows outgoing and incoming. Even messages that were not originated by him, but he received them when they were forwarded to him, appears to be that he's the originator of the messages, which now distort the narrative and the version and how things are in terms of those messages. And as a result, that will then necessitate that he now gains access. Oh, I apologize. That will now necessitate that we look into how the messages were extrapolated in terms of, from his phone, in terms of from the time
feel free to either put it on silent or switch it off. Don't feel any pressure not to do that.
Mr. Commissioner, it's not even my phone, it's Mr. Maleka's phone, and I don't know his password or his pattern, how to close it off.
No, that's...
So mine is here, and this is Mr. Maleka's phone. Is Mr. Maleka's phone ringing?
All right, thank you.
So in the manner in which how this, the chain of evidence, or the chain from the time his phone was taken.
Is that Mr. Maleka? Please go across.
Sorry. Sorry. Yeah.
Are you no longer comfortable to support your boss the way you did last week, Mr. Maleka? All right. Please continue. I'm sorry about the interruption, Mr.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Yes.
So the manner in which the charts were downloaded or extrapolated from his phone leaves much to be desired, which appears to be a violation in terms of how the evidence is being presented, because it doesn't show the messages that are forwarded. It doesn't show that he received it as being forwarded to him, but it shows as if he's now the originator. And some key people or chats that he had with other people are not included in that. And I quite understand that the evidence leader said there were certain messages that are not of interest. But for a consistency basis, in particular, He's been much more in communication with one particular general, and as opposed to the other. But and the things that they were discussing with the other are not included. Then that shows a wrong narrative or misplaced the whole view of the situation. And as a result, it was my clients obtained a legal opinion from 2 SCs, senior counsels, who then are the ones that are currently working on the application in the High Court, with a junior counsel based in Durban. These took place as a matter of one day, having to go through this thing. And it is on that basis that if he is to come before this commission, whatever he says may not change because of, before he could make the first statement, an interim report was made. Before he could even appear, the president has already accepted that. So whatever he comes here and says may not change the narrative. And more likely that he will incriminate himself in any answer that he gives. And it's on that basis that the applicant decided to launch an application in the High Court to restrict this commission, not to compel him to appear and not to compel him to answer any questions until pending the finalization of that application in the High Court. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Ngwato. Mr. Ngwato, I read, because I received the application only this morning, I read it hurriedly and I may have either missed or misread what I'm about to raise. I don't remember in the affidavit a point being made about WhatsApp chats that appeared to have been initiated by the witness when in fact they were not. Did I miss that? Or is this something you are stating for the first time from the bar, as it were?
Commissioner, I was just trying to elaborate on the reasons that I given. Because the first ground of him wanting the High Court to interdict is that his WhatsApp chat should not be displayed because those WhatsApp chats are not correct. They are incorrect in the manner in which they have come from because the entire bundle of documents, they only show outgoing and ingoing. Even the WhatsApps that somebody forwarded to him, and he sent it to somebody, it only shows that he's the one sending and making him the originator, while he's the actual fact not the originator of the message. Okay.
With the exception of what you are raising from the bar, my reading of the application is that the only new thing that's being raised in the application affidavit is the issue relating to Section 35 of the Constitution. The rest is something that the applicant ought to have raised in his postponement application moved last week. Do you agree with me?
May you please repeat?
I'm saying I read the application, today's application, to raise only one new issue, leaving aside the point that you are making from the bar. And that one new issue is the issue relating to Section 35 of the Constitution, the right to a fair trial in the context of a criminal trial. That's the only new thing that I saw in my reading of the application. The rest are issues that the applicant ought to have raised in his postponement application that was moved last week. What's your comment on that?
If I understand you, Commissioner, is that the things that are mentioned in the current application, is the Commissioner saying most of them are the things that were raised in the previous application?
Are the sort of things that could and ought to have been raised in last week's application. The exception is the Section 35 issue. That, on my reading, is the only new issue.
I differ, Commissioner, and maybe let me explain myself in terms of maybe try to find out common ground between the two. When we moved the application last week, it was simply because that we had not had time to peruse. Now, the time to peruse obviously goes hand in hand in the manner in which we received the documentation, but on further perusal of the matter, these things now become very clear, that Section 35, subsection 3 rights will be highly affected. But it all emanates also in terms of how he has been served right from the beginning. So there's a lot that starts and giving context from the beginning of how he received the notices and the ultimate aspect. if I'm making myself clear.
Yes, Mr. Ngwato.
And maybe just to conclude, Commissioner, we obviously gave the client a legal advice in light of the Zuma case, and I'm quite aware that the Commissioner is quite vested with that case, if not that participate in that case. And we had to distinguish between the rights of an accused as opposed to the rights of a witness. Because he could not invoke the right to remain silent because he's not an accused in here, he's actually a witness. But as a witness that is already being charged, is more likely to incriminate himself, which now prejudices his rights. And hence the focus in terms of that is the Section 35, subsection 3 rights that could be violated.
Thank you, Mr. Ngwato.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chaskalson?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, this application needs to be seen in the light of the chronology. The witness has known he has to give oral evidence at this commission since sometime in November last year. He knew about the date of 30 January more than 2 weeks ago. He was provided with all of the WhatsApps that have been made available to the commission on 22 January. That was 12 days ago. He has no basis from preventing the Commission from having regard to those chats and from confronting him with those chats. But if he wanted to do so, if he wanted to bring some application in that regard, the time to launch that application was 12 days ago. He chose not to. Instead, he delayed until 28 January, that was 2 days before his hearing date, and sought a postponement of hearing so that he and his attorney could work through the WhatsApps. He brought his postponement application on 30 January. It was moved on 30 January. By that time, he knew about the recommendation in the interim report, but he elected not to address it in his postponement application. He successfully derailed the hearing set down for 30 January and was given a postponement to today. Then this morning, he brings a new postponement application, and this one is linked to a High Court urgent interdict application that he's apparently now served, and that in draft form was attached to the postponement application. According to the draft notice of motion, the High Court application is to be heard on 10 February. That's in a week's time, so it would derail any prospect of him testifying this week. The relief sought in the High Court application is framed in a confusing fashion. Prayer 1 is relatively simple, it's the urgency prayer. Prayer 2 is a prayer for an interim interdict restraining the Commission from compelling the applicant to appear before the Commission until, quote, finalization of this matter. Prayer 3 is a prayer for an interim interdict restraining the Commission from exhibiting the applicant's WhatsApps pending, quote, finalization of this matter. So 2 and 3 seem to be prayers for interim relief. And what are they contingent on? They're contingent on prayer 4, which is the prayer for final relief. And that's a prayer for an order reviewing and setting aside the notice in terms of Regulation 10.6 and the summons directing the applicant to appear on 30 January. So they want those two documents or instruments set aside. And they want them set aside because they were issued, quote, whilst having issued an interim report to the President with findings and recommendations against the applicant on 15 December, and which the President implemented on 29 January, which is contrary to the rules of evidence and principles of fairness. So it seems to be this new fair trial complaint. And that's the final relief. Now, the urgent is a complete abusive process. If it was going to be brought at all, it should have been brought long ago, and certainly before last week's postponement application. But in particular, the prayer for interim relief preventing the Commission from exhibiting the witnesses' WhatsApps is utterly hopeless. because it is completely unrelated to the prayer for final relief. Even if the witness were to obtain the final relief in prayer 4, there is nothing that would prevent the Commission from exhibiting his WhatsApps. The ordinary rules of evidence in courts don't apply to a commission. Rule 6.1 expressly states the Commission may receive any evidence that is relevant to its mandate, including evidence that might otherwise be inadmissible in a court of law. These WhatsApps are extremely relevant to the mandate of the Commission. In my view, they are more relevant than any evidence that has ever come before this Commission thus far. So whether or not the witness ever gives oral evidence at the Commission is entitled to have regard to the WhatsApps. And in view of their extraordinary relevance, it's not just a matter of being entitled to have regard to them. The Commission is obliged to have regard to them. Having said all of that, there is another issue, which is the fair trial complaint that is advanced now is itself stillborn for two reasons. The first is the regulations and the Commissions Act make clear that the witness has a right of privilege against self-incrimination in these proceedings. So the witness can refuse to answer any question that is potentially self-incriminatory. The second is that any evidence that the witness gives in these commissions is inadmissible in a criminal trial. So the fair trial complaint is a non-starter. But despite all of that, and despite the fact that this application and the postponement application are, in our view, abuses of process, we are willing to accommodate the applicant to a limited degree. What we propose is that we will not ask the applicant to answer any questions until his High Court application is finalized. However, we will not refrain from exhibiting his WhatsApps. Rather, we will use today and the remaining days that we would have used to hear the evidence of the witness, instead to display his WhatsApps and to explain their significance. If at the end of that process and after the High Court application, the applicant wants to give evidence to refute any of the inferences that we will in the course of the next few days ask the Commission to draw from the WhatsApps, he's welcome to do so. We undertake that if he wants to come back and testify to clarify any wrong propositions that we have put to the Commission, wrong inferences that we've drawn, we will ensure that he has that opportunity. There's another issue that I should just mention, which is that he has never previously expressed any concern about not being told which of the chats are forwarded and which of them originate from him or from the counterparty. If he had, we would have given him a spreadsheet for each set of chats which says which are the forwarded chats, which are the originating chats. He now raises that complaint. If he wants that information, we're happy to give it to him before he decides whether or not to come back to testify. But what we're not happy to do is to allow the process of this Commission to be derailed again. So our submission is that this postponement application should be dismissed, subject to the condition that we will not expect the applicant to answer any questions in respect of the WhatsApps that we will be displaying today, tomorrow, and possibly later this week. Those are our submissions, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chaskelson.
Mr. Chaskelson, can I just to clarify, I mean, if a postponement is refused, the witness is not excused. He has to remain in attendance, otherwise we are confusing. We refuse a postponement and then we excuse him. If it's refused, it seems to me that he would have to remain in attendance until he's excused by the chairperson. But if he remains in attendance, sitting, which I think he must, sitting in the witness box, it's entirely up to him how he wants to participate. Yes, he will be sitting remotely as was permitted with the last application. But as long as he remains in attendance, you will do the exercise, you will do your presentation as you wish to do, and it is really up to him how he chooses to participate. Because if he should decide, as he's sitting there, that he does want to engage with what you are presenting, we obviously can't stop him. But I just want you to be, I want to be clear about that, that a refusal of a postponement it doesn't follow that he gets excused. He's given leave to leave the commission. It means he remains in the commission until the chairperson says otherwise. And you're not suggesting that if that happens, if he remains in attendance, you will simply present he shouldn't participate in the process. You're not saying that.
No. If, he is entitled to participate as much or as little as he wants to.
Thank you.
Mr. Mwato, if you have any reply, but there are two specific issues that I would like you to respond to. First, the point made by Mr. Shaskalson that the Section 35 point is still born for the reasons that Mr. Shaskalson gave. I'm sure you remember them. And then, secondly, the exhibition of the chats and commentary on them, which is how Mr. Shaskalson proposes to proceed today. So your comment on both those and whatever other reply you may wish to make, please.
Thanks, Commissioners. Commissioners, there were 4 aspects that I wanted to respond to based on the statement by Mr. Shaskalson, and 2 of them actually emanate from the same aspect. The first one is that he says he's been aware of this when he was invited, and if he wanted to bring about an urgent application, he could have done so, even including in last week. And just to clarify that particular aspect, the applicant could not in any event, in any how, could have been aware and could have therefore acted therefore. When the interim report was issued on the 15th of December, before he could even submit his first statement, he was not aware of the interim report. And the interim report is a confidential document that goes to the president. Nobody has an access to it. So he could not in any way been aware of the recommendations and findings in the interim report. Second to that is that even last week itself, I indicated in the last postponement application that just in the midst of preparation on the 29th, a day before, that's when the president made an announcement. And in that announcement, his name for the first time appeared. It is the only first time ever that he became aware. That was the night before he could appear in the commission. And second to that, or to support that, when we appeared on the commission on the 30th, we said, we have received this 4,800, now reduced to 1,300, but we have not yet finalized studying the documentation. So he could not have at that time appreciated what his rights and what his rights are because he had not even gone through the documentation. So it is incorrect to then suggest that had he wanted to bring this thing, the matter he would have done so, and therefore there is no urgency in the matter. And that's the part that will be argued in the High Court in terms of when did whether the matter is urgent or not. That's the first comment with regards to the comments about urgency and when he became aware of that. The second aspect will also go together with the Section 35, subsection 3, in terms of the right to a fair trial. Is that now that he has have gone through the WhatsApp charts and now appreciate the veracity and the implications brought by these WhatsApp charts that he has now finalized yesterday, it became quite very clear that whatever answer, especially in light of this recommendation has been accepted, whatever questions they pose or whatever WhatsApp they display will implicate him in the next criminal proceedings that have already been approved by the state president, whether it's criminal proceedings or internal. So it greatly then affects the right to a fair trial in terms of him being able to, him possibly implicating himself. But also, I indicated that these WhatsApp charts, in the manner in which they've been extrapolated, which now the evidence says if there's a need for that, they could provide. They've been extrapolated or in an incorrect manner. And I gave an example of a WhatsApp that has been forwarded to him is now being portrayed as he is the originator of that WhatsApp. So even if you display them here, it will be misleading the country because he's going to be seen as he was the originator of that WhatsApp, whereas in actual fact he's not. And as a result of that, it then brought about in terms of whether the authenticity of these WhatsApp messages. Because how was the phone taken? What are the qualifications of the person who downloaded the WhatsApps? How truthful are these WhatsApp chats? Because in so doing again, will be a violation of his rights because we already identified quite a great number of them that they were not originating from him, but they are now being displayed as they originate from him. Now, with that being said, is that this commission will then be failing its own mandate because the mandate of the commission is that in terms of the terms of reference to their allegations, assess the information, and then make a determination if there's a prima facie evidence against a particular person. In this particular instance, decisions have already been made, recommendations have been made, but more importantly and central to that is how these WhatsApp chats have been obtained from his phone. It must also be remembered, Commissioner, when you received the first notice, it was not about WhatsApp chats from his phone. It was WhatsApp chats from somebody's phone. That's when he received the first notice and the summons. The only time he now receives WhatsApp chats from his own phone, and the evidence leaders testified about that, how they struggled to get the information from SAPS. They only got it last week, and therefore they were able to work it out. It was just last week. And therefore, he could not have appreciated the nature of the WhatsApp chats any time before. He could not have appreciated the fact that you could bring an agent application any time before until the state president makes an announcement on Thursday last week, and he was to appear the next day. And to respond to the two aspects that you said, I must maybe have a look at it. That in terms of Section 35, is the right to self-incrimination. Is that those WhatsApp chats are just the same as any oral evidence or any type of evidence. They are incriminating, especially if the source of how it has been extrapolated is highly questionable, which now portrays him to be the sender, whereas in actual fact he's not the sender. He's actually forwarding what was sent to him. He's not the originator of the message. And in terms of the terms of reference of this commission, one is that the commission need to look in terms of how criminal or drug cartels have infiltrated SAPS. And if there's a message coming from a person that perceived to be part of the cartel and sent to him or forwarded to him, and now he forwards to somebody else, and now he looks as if he's the originator of that, that makes him to be participating or having facilitated in the organized crime. So there are far much reaching implications, and hence the application to the High Court is to forbid and restrain this commission from using those WhatsApp chats pending the finalization of the High Court application. Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Nwatu, you've heard, and I assume that you know that to be a position of law, but you've heard Mr. Chaskalson say that anything that this witness says in this commission may not be used in criminal proceedings. So when you speak about self-incrimination, that is handled by the Commissions Act, which says, and the established law, that any evidence he gives here may not be used against him except for perjury, if he perjures himself there. So I expect that then that's not an issue. That's not a ground to avoid him testifying. That's one. Two, you make an assumption without a basis of what will be required or required of the witness to answer in any processes that the President has announced must follow, arising from what we have referred to, that there's prima facie evidence. And in fact, there's no basis to refuse to testify when you don't know, when he doesn't know how that process is going to unfold and what he will be required and expected to answer and speak to. So from where I'm sitting, your concern about self-incrimination, whether in court or in SEPS processes, doesn't seem to be grounded in law or in any known facts. And that, in my view, should dispense with any concerns about self-incrimination. Two, you seem to, you're concerned, firstly, the witness seems to want to know in advance what he will be asked before it is put to him. That's how I understand the complaints, the grounds on which you're seeking this postponement from what has been said in the papers that you have filed with us here. That he wants to know what is going to be asked because the language he uses is, I'm going to be asked questions in an open-ended fashion and I don't know where it will go. And that's a repeat of a theme of last week when you applied for the postponement. It was pretty much the theme. He doesn't know what is going to be asked and it could go anywhere. But that's true for every witness. That could never be a ground, in my view, for any witness to be excused from testifying. So that's two, and you can say why I haven't heard why you say that's a ground for a witness to refuse to testify. And lastly, the issues you referred to about it's WhatsApp messages from other people forwarded to him. He doesn't know who downloaded them, the integrity, and he doesn't know the integrity of that process. But that's matters that witnesses get to speak to when they're in the witness stand. And I want also to note that there are two, from what you've said, there are two tranches of documents. There's the first batch of documents that he got previously, and my understanding on Friday of you was that he has no difficulty testifying to that. So it's not a blanket concern. Last week you said to us he has no difficulty. In fact, I remember saying to you, so we could proceed today on that first batch of documents and you wouldn't have caused a postponement, and you said yes. So your complaint doesn't relate to that, so you should be perfectly able to speak to that first batch of documents. The second batch is the 4,500 pages. Again, I'm going to repeat myself that what you're raising as matters of concern are matters that many witnesses have to confront on the witness stand, and they say, but this is not from me, it was forwarded to me, it's not mine. Those are answers that your witness should be able to give, and I don't see why that would preclude, why he would be precluded from saying that. It has not been suggested that he wouldn't be entitled to do that, but importantly, it's not grounds to refuse to testify. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think, Madam Commissioner, you raised 4 points that I have to address and respond to. The first part being, we're making an assumption without a base that he might incriminate himself. I wish to submit with the greatest respect that the basis in which we're moving from, Madam Commissioner, and if I were to combine this aspect together with the last aspect that you mentioned in terms of the first part of the documentation. And when we approached the Commission the first time last week Friday, we clearly stated that the first part of the WhatsApp chats he received, they were not WhatsApp chats from his phone, but he was asked to make comments about it. And he had no problem in doing so, and he has since submitted to the Commission. The challenge and the problem, to compound the problem, was that when we now received the WhatsApp chats from him, we're given short space of time. But secondly, or on top of that, was the pronouncement by the President. Now, when the Commission now states that there is no basis for him to incriminate himself, is that the President has already made an announcement that he must be charged. It is a matter of administrative process that at any given time from now onwards, he could be charged. And it is true, he does not know what is going to be asked about. And if it's even worse with that, that if he does not even know what is going to be asked about, that he could be saying things in the hope of clarifying and assisting the commission whilst digging a grave for himself. And that becomes a dark room to walk into and navigate, because you're now walking into this dark room that you don't know. It even makes it even worse. But when we approached the commission last week, we never at any given point asked to be given questions. We stated that yes, he was never given questions, but we never make any demand of being given questions. Now, that becomes a problem when you now finally receive the documents and you finally study the documents. And you find that the documents that has been given to you, and I don't want to suggest that this evidence that has now been given to you is being tempered to suit a particular narrative. But it then comes out clear that messages that were not sent by him are now being made to appear that they were sent by him. Because the contents, if you are to be asked about the contents of that particular message, which now shows you're the originator of that message, whatever answer you give, you are acknowledging and accepting the contents thereof. And that over and above the fact that the evidence from here may not be used against him at a particular instance, but there's beyond the right to self-incrimination that the person is entitled to. There's a right to dignity. This particular person is not just him, there's his family involved, and now a whole wrong, incorrect narrative will have been placed in the public domain, which not just affects him and his livelihood and his children and his wife. And hence, he wants to the court to interdict the use of these charts in the manner in which they've been presented to him. Because in the manner in which they're presented to him is incorrect. And he can't answer any other thing in terms of those.
Thank you, Mr. Webb.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Can I just, good morning, just clarify two things. I'm looking at the President's statement here. And I want you to tell me where the President says this witness must be charged. Because you're attributing to the President and to this commission things that are not said anywhere, and you're using them as a basis for a postponement application and a High Court application. I will read for you what the President said in his statement. The Commission has said there's prima facie evidence of wrongdoing, and referrals are made in respect of these people. But you making an application on the basis that there's a criminal case and somebody has been charged. But there's no basis for that. Because wrongdoing could be HR related, could have nothing to do with criminal proceedings. So don't attribute to the President statements he did not make. That's the first point. The second point is, if your entire argument is taken to its logical conclusion, especially in relation to the privilege or the right against self-incrimination, it means your client will never testify in this commission, because even in 6 months' time, there will still be a concern about self-incrimination, which means he should never come here and he should never take part in this commission, and we should just forget about it, because that's the logical conclusion. Thank you, Mr. Mata.
Perhaps if I may just add to the first point that Commissioner Khumalo says, reading from the President's statement, the media statement, it actually also reads that a task team will be constituted. The task team will institute investigations against people identified by the Commission for Investigation. So nowhere does it say your client is going to be charged and what he will be charged with. It just says a team is constituted to conduct investigations. So self-incrimination is not an issue that you can rely on at this point.
Thank you, Commissioners. I appreciate that. Let me start with the first one that Commissioner Kumalo indicated. Thank you. Thank you so much. That the statement by the President does not make any reference to any criminal case. It might as well be an HR case. But whilst we are quite very clear that in terms of the terms of reference of this commission, the commission is to make recommendations and findings for criminal charges and any other process. And that's in terms of the terms of reference of this commission. So I don't think any terms of reference from this commission can be taken less the criminal aspect as well. That's number one. Number two, even if the process may
Mr. Ngwatho, you're not answering me. You said in your submissions, the President said your client must be charged.
Commissioner, if
Now, I was simply pointing out that nowhere in the President's statement does he say that, because the statement says the Commission has found prima facie evidence of wrongdoing and has made referrals for investigation, which is what Commissioner Baloyi is emphasizing. Let's not play around with words. I mean, either you're answering what I'm saying and you address it specifically, or we don't deal with it at all. But to say you can imply other things that are not there, it's simply incorrect. You're making an application, and you're saying one of the grounds upon which the application is brought is that the day he was supposed to testify, he found out that the President said he must be charged. Either that is correct or that is incorrect. And then we can deal with the issue of self-incrimination, which, as I said, on your argument, that will always be there, which means on your argument, he should never come to this commission and testify. So those are the 2 points. Please deal with them specifically, but let's not go around them.
Commissioner, unfortunately, sometimes there is no just a simple way just to give you a yes or no to an answer. You have to give a context to it. And giving a context to it is not avoiding answering your question, but it's just trying to clarify the issue. But what I'm trying to say to you, Commissioner, is no tax team, no investigation will not lead to a person being charged. The tax team at the end of the day, the investigation at the end of the day, because there's a prima facie evidence of wrongdoing. Wrongdoing in this instance has not been explained whether it's wrongdoing only in terms of HR-related matters or in criminal matters. So whatever way that is going to answer, there is already a prima facie wrongdoing before you could make a written submission or could say anything. And that in itself, Honorable Commissioner, is a ground for one to implicate.
Mr. Ngwatho, isn't that the problem? You don't know what wrongdoing has been identified. You have absolutely no idea. Absolutely not. Maybe the wrongdoing is that he exceeded the speed limit on Rivonia Road. You have absolutely no facts to base yourself on to say whatever he's going to be saying about these WhatsApp messages in the 4,500 pages will be self-incriminating. You have absolutely no basis. You haven't seen the report. You don't know what that report says about your client or this witness. You have absolutely no idea. And so you have no basis whatsoever to say anything at all that he's going to be saying here is self-incrimination. As I say, and I say it without meaning to be flippant, but to make the point that it could be that the wrongdoing that causes the President to order an investigation against him is he exceeded the speed limit. You don't know. You have no basis. This is really, honestly, a fact-devoid application. You may want to argue the legal points that you rely on, but where you want to say, well, he's going to incriminate himself, well, the WhatsApp messages, there are no facts. We don't know what those WhatsApp messages, what his explanations are for them. We don't know, and yet you want to rely on that to persuade us, the commissioners, to grant a postponement, when you are not saying to us, here are the facts about those WhatsApp messages, here's what they speak to. And so you commissioners should not allow them to be showed. I mean, that's what you do with an application. You're asking for indulgence from us. There's no order of court that says we can't proceed. So as matters stand, we are entitled to proceed. You seek an indulgence. You haven't, in this application, pleaded any facts on which we would base our indulgence, at least according to me.
Madam
And
Commissioner,
I don't know that there's any, and of course, subject to the chairperson, I don't know that there's
Facts or law?
Facts or law, absolutely. I really don't know that there's any, we're serving any real purpose with this continued exchange. You have made your case on your papers. You've been engaged by us. You're not saying anything new to us. You keep repeating what you have said. I'm not sure where we're going with it.
Chair, with the permission of Chair.
Yes, Mr. Ngwato.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I really don't want to appear not listening and taking the cue from the Commission. But I really have a serious problem with the following issues that there is no basis. Chair, the Commission is based on the terms of reference. The terms of reference are quite very specific as to what the Commission needs to inquire. It is not any other thing. And the specific issues that the Commission needs to inquire is to establish the following issues. One, if there's any infiltration in...
Can you please, we all
Yes.
know what the terms of reference provide.
So when we look in terms of the answers is to give, it is not just any other thing, whether it's a speed limit or anything else. It is specifically in terms of the terms of reference of the Commission. We serve as the basis. If they say there's a prima facie evidence of wrongdoing, that is in terms of the terms of reference of the Commission, not nothing in anything else. And it is that, Madam Commissioner, that we have looked in terms of what the terms of reference of the Commission is. We have looked in terms of the WhatsApps. We have looked in terms of the process. We have looked in terms of the answer that they have to be able to provide. Is there any possibility of incrimination? Definitely there is. Whatever he's going to come here and say, he'll be incriminating himself. He'll be digging his own grave even deeper.
All of this arises from the point made by Commissioner Kumalo with regard to what you said about what the President said. Can you please wrap up your response to that simple issue, please? Let's not open up the debate because you've addressed the debate with regard to other issues.
Yes, finally and in short, Commissioner, is that yes, the confirmation by the President tied the horse that there is, he has accepted the recommendations and the findings of the Commission. Tax team must be set in terms of to investigate, which investigation will lead to the charges, because there's a prima facie evidence has already been established. And on that basis, that serves as the ground for him to incriminate if he continues in that particular process. Whether is he going to ever come before the Commission? Yes. After the finalization of the High Court, if the ruling of the High Court is that there is no merit, then he has to come and proceed. It's not like he's avoiding to come before the Commission. It's known in this country, if you refuse to appear before the Commission, you'll find yourself in contempt, and there are implications thereof. So he will come and appear if the ruling of the High Court is otherwise. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Ngwato. We have read the papers in the postponement application. We have heard submissions on the application. We notice that today's application is replete with a rehash of the issues that were raised in last week's postponement application. The only new issue really is the Section 35 point. The Section 35 point is answered simply by the response given by Mr. Shaskalsin and amplified or added to by Commissioner Baloyi. For the reasons given by Mr. Chaskalsin, that point is still born and therefore can never be a basis for a postponement of today's proceedings. Mr. Chaskalsin suggested a practical way of dealing with this to the extent that the witness may not be prepared to participate in today's proceedings. And that practical way is for the evidence leaders to exhibit the contested chats with what they see as necessary commentary on them. And Mr. Chaskalsin further says that if the witness is so minded, he may at a later stage come back to the commission and say, I now want to file an affidavit that responds to those issues. I now want to come to the commission and testify on those issues. That is, those issues being whatever arises from the chats that will have been exhibited and commented upon by the evidence leaders. That to me sounds like a sensible, practical way of dealing with the matter. That is, of course, if the witness insists or persists in his stance of not testifying today. But if we reach that stage, that is, of proceeding in the practical manner suggested by Mr. Chaskalsin, what we will not allow is for the witness to leave. We will not excuse the witness. The witness must remain in attendance, remotely, of course. We will not excuse him. That is, if that is the stage we reach. Now, before we make a final pronouncement, Mr. Ngwato, may I ask for a response from you? And indeed, at this stage, perhaps I might even have to engage the witness himself. Mr. Ngwato, so is the position, because the inclination is that we should proceed along the lines suggested by Mr. Chaskalsin. So is the witness's position, through you as his representative, that he will not participate and that the evidence leaders should proceed in the manner in which they are minded to proceed? What is your response to that?
Honorable Commissioner, the witness has been made available. He's since been picked up at 6 o'clock this morning. He is available. He will sit in, but he will definitely not participate.
I'm my sincere apologies, Mr. Ngwato. Can you please start from the beginning? I'm sorry.
In short, Honorable Commissioner, the witness will not participate.
Will not participate.
Will not participate.
Thank you.
Because for the reasons already given, if the commission orders him just to sit in and be available, he will sit in and be available, but he will definitely not participate.
Thank you.
Make no comment.
Thank you. As I said, I think we would like to hear the witness directly as well on this, because it's a very crucial issue. I do see Witness F on screen. Witness F, have you been following? Have you heard what I've just said?
Good morning, Commissioner. I've been following you.
Good morning, Witness F. Mr. Ngwato has just said that you will not be participating, but I want to hear it from you, whether you also confirm that you will not participate.
I confirm, Commissioner.
But as you probably also heard, we as the Commission are not excusing you. We are not releasing you. You should continue being part of the proceedings remotely, even if you are not saying a word.
I confirm, Commissioner.
Witness E, but I will ask both Mr. Chaskalson and your attorney to respond. But what I must draw to your attention, we may have indicated an inclination as to the practical manner in which we want to deal with this. But we are just worried that what we are doing, which is informed by the practicalities arising from what was sprung on us this morning, may be seen to be creating a precedent for other witnesses. In terms of Section 6 of the Commissions Act, it is an offense for a witness to refuse to answer questions. So to the extent that you say that you will not be participating, the entire context being that even if asked questions, you will not respond to them, that is an indication that you upfront are saying, I am going to commit an offense under the Commissions Act. Mr. Chaskalson, do you wish to address us on this? And Mr. Ngwato, will you please respond? You've heard that, Witness F, and I hope you understand its serious implications.
Sorry, Chair, I just want to repeat on record that we will not ask any questions of Witness F. So, I mean, obviously we can't speak for the commissioners, but we will not be asking any questions. So, flowing from us, that issue will not arise.
Thank you, Mr. Chaskalson. Mr. Ngwato?
Thanks, Commissioner. I think that's much a loaded statement. Then he has nothing to answer if there were no questions to ask to him.
Although you can never anticipate that we will not want to ask questions. Mr. Chaskalson's attitude is not necessarily ours. So the point about the potential commission of a criminal offense still stands, and that's what I want you to respond to.
Commissioner, I don't think much, and this is me maybe subject to having to consult with the client and explain this clearly. I don't think he'll be committing any of that offense in that one, he has presented himself, he's here. It is as a result of the discussion that and the ruling that has been made by the commission and the compromise that has been made by the evidence leader that they've got nothing to ask him. That him being available and attending and not answering questions because there are no questions will be committing any particular offense. And if the commissioners may want to ask him a question, he may answer and say no comment. And still, that doesn't make him to not be responding to questions because he can as much simply to any other question, and I'm not trying to influence him not to answer any question. He may simply say no comment because I've not had a legal advice or I'm not happy with the manner in which things have been. He could simply say no comment, and that in itself does not make him to be committing any crime in terms of that particular section. Thanks, Commissioner.
Mr. Ngwato, you and the witness may well be advised to look at Section 6 of the Commissions Act. Nothing precludes us commissioners or any one of us to ask questions of this witness. Whatever Mr. Chaskalson may have decided, whatever approach he may have decided to adopt, nothing precludes us from doing that because we are the investigative body, the commissioners. And Section 6 says a witness who having been sworn, fails to answer fully and satisfactorily any question lawfully put to him. I want you to be mindful of that, whatever you advise the witness, as you're entitled to do, that whatever arrangement or whatever approach adopted by Mr. Chaskalson does not insulate him from questions from the commissioners, but it also doesn't insulate him from the legal obligation that arises from the Act to answer fully and satisfactorily questions that we lawfully put to him. I just wanted to point that out to you.
I appreciate it, Commissioner. Any answer given by the witness does not have to satisfy the commissioners. If no comment is equally what he wants to say, that is his answer.
I'm
and
not,
he will be
I'm not
satisfied.
opening a debate. You said something that I thought you seem to not be aware that his obligation is to answer fully and satisfactorily. Whether to say no comment is to answer fully and satisfactorily is a determination that we will have to make. It's the simple point that I'm making to you. So I'm not asking you to comment, and I'm not inviting an engagement. I'm just pointing out that as you advise him, including if you are going to say to him, as you have suggested, he may choose to do, to say no comment, ultimately it's for us, the commissioners, to determine whether a no comment is to answer fully and satisfactorily questions that we have asked. That's a simple point I was making.
As the commission pleases.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, can I just clarify, is Mr. Maleka or another member of Mr. Mwato's firm present with witness F at the moment? Because there are issues under Section 3(4) of the Commissions Act, which gives witness F a privilege against self-incrimination if he's asked questions. And I just want to clarify that there will be legal advice available to him where he is.
Mr. Ngwato?
Thanks, Commissioner. Unfortunately not. We were all divided in terms of other team members have been at the High Court this morning, as I indicated, and Mr. Maleka is here with me. So the witness, unfortunately, is not with any legal representative from our law firm where he is right now. He is at the offices of the attorneys. Okay.
Why can't Mr. Maleka be with him?
Well, that would mean for us, for Mr. Maleka to be with him, we have to stand down. But preferably, the leading attorney on the matter, I would prefer that I'm the one that's supposed to be with him than Mr. Maleka. And that would mean that I have to travel to wherever he is.
No, if need be, we would rather have to call him or something. I prefer, and I think this is shared by my co-commissioners, I prefer that you should be here with us in case there is a need for engagement and interaction. I prefer that you should be here, not somewhere remotely.
On that basis, Commissioner, may I ask that we stand down so
We
I can make
were
necessary
going to.
arrangements?
We were going to anyway.
Okay, thank you so much.
We won't indicate for how long. We'll just indicate when we are ready. Let us adjourn.
The recording has stopped.
What? 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 Oh, okay. Let's put it down. That's fine.
Just to let you know, if you haven't had time to gulp your tea, you have another 15 minutes. We'll resume at 11:30. Thank you. All right, we are ready to resume. I know it's 2 minutes before what we promised, but we're good to go. Your cell phones off, please. Thank you.
The following order is made. 1, the application for a postponement is refused. 2, the evidence leaders are granted leave to present as evidence the WhatsApp chats that relate to witness F and, when necessary, to comment on them. 3, witness F is ordered to remain at the remote location from which he is supposed to testify until he is excused by the commission. That's the order. Having so ordered, we cannot allow witness F to get a free ride in the face of the provisions of Section 6 of the Commissions Act and Regulation 8.1, both of which create an offense for refusing to answer questions at the commission. So, Mr. Shaskalsin, we direct you to put no less than 4 questions to witness F. Depending on his answers, he may expose himself to a possible criminal charge under Section 6 and Regulation 8.1. Also, my reference to at least 4 questions does not mean that if we, the commissioners, or anybody participating in these proceedings, or in future for that matter, may not put questions to witness F. There is questions additional to the 4, the minimum of 4 that I am directing you to put, Mr. Shaskalsin.
Chair, can I choose when in the sequence to put those 4, or do you want me to start with 4 questions?
I prefer that they follow each other so that we know where we are with the witness. I don't know whether you would be ready to do that or whether you would want to, or rather I would prefer that we take a 2-3 minute agenda.
No, I'm ready to begin.
Before you continue, Mr. Shaskalsin, as we took a bit of time before, Mr. Ngwato, we took quite some time considering the order and we debated it amongst ourselves, but it has just occurred to us now that the order does not cover everything it should cover. Paragraph 2 of the order should relate also to the evidence leaders being granted leave to lead whatever other evidence, even if that evidence is not WhatsApp texts or WhatsApp chats, because we would imagine that there's the possibility that there is such evidence as well. So we amend paragraph 2 accordingly.
Thank you, Chair. I've been told that the witness's attorney has not yet arrived at the premises. Maybe if I can defer my questions until a later stage so that the witness's attorney is present.
That's in order. Let's start with what you are able to start with.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to start, let's first start with housekeeping. There should, in front of you, be 3 different bundles.
Just a very important procedural step, Mr. Shaskalsin. Witness F, are you there? Yes. You've heard our order, have you?
Definitely, I've heard it, your order, Commissioner.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I heard it, Commissioner.
Oh, thank you. Now, you've also heard that questions are going to be put to you, whatever your answer will be. So we cannot expect you to answer questions. Of course, we don't know what your attitude to the questions will be, but we cannot expect you to answer questions not having taken an oath. Will you swear or will you affirm? Because I want to administer the oath at this stage.
I swear.
So you will, all right. Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you very much. And I do not remember if I greeted you. Good morning, Witness F.
Good morning, Commissioners. I greeted you earlier. I assume maybe Commissioner forgot, maybe aging and so forth. Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Ngwato, are you fine if we... That look, Mr. Ngwato, seems to speak volumes. Perhaps I should not even say it's a look. It's like you are glaring at me. Mr. Ngwato, are you fine if we proceed, or would you rather we wait until your colleague has arrived at the location the witness is testifying from?
I'm fine on the following basis, Commissioner, that there will be no questions for him to ask until such time. It is just as the Commission ruled that they will display messages.
All right.
And I suppose maybe by the time questions are raised, Mr. Maleka will have been there. So on that basis, that it's just going to be watch and show.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Ngwato. Thank you. Please proceed, Mr. Shaskalsin.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just clarify that there should be at least 3 files in front of you, a statement bundle, or behind you, an exhibit bundle, and an annexure to exhibit bundle. And Witness F, can I ask that on your side also you check that you have those?
Just a moment. The last one, it's 2 files. So the one you say is exhibit annexures to exhibits bundle. It's 2 files, not 1.
So then there should be 4.
Yes. 5.
This is not an auspicious beginning.
Can you please assist me with the numbering? For example, I have here exhibits bundle, file 1 of 4.
Yes.
So, okay.
Up to 4.
Up to 4. So, I have 1 up to 4. Thank you. Exhibits bundle. Okay.
Ms. Chaskasin, can I repeat so that we are on the same page? We have the statement file.
Indeed.
And then we have the exhibits bundle, which is file 1 of 4. And then we have exhibits bundle, which is file 2 of 4. And then we have annexures to exhibits bundle, which is 3 of 4. And then we have annexes to exhibits bundle, which is 4 of 4. So it's 5 files in total. Maybe
Thank
yours are different, but
we have the same documents organized differently.
Yes, Mr. Shaskalson.
And witness, can I just clarify that you too have those 5 different files? One file called statement bundle or statement file, one file called exhibit bundle 1 of 4, another file called exhibit bundle 2 of 4, another file called annexure to exhibit bundle 3 of 4, and the last file annexure to exhibit bundle 4 of 4.
Yes, I confirm.
Thank you. Can I have that as one of my 4 questions? Can I then ask if we go to
Commissioner.
page 320?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Shaskalson, I think Mr. Ngwato has something to say.
Just on the bundles, maybe if Mr. Shackleton could just assist. I don't have 5 bundles, I've got 3 bundles. But maybe just in terms of the index and pagination, what's the total number of pages? Then I'll know where we are, because I've got 3, not 5. The index and annexes exhibits is until to page 538.
That's correct. And so I understand that the commissioners and the witness will have those 538 pages split between 2 files. But it is, the pagination is the same, 538.
No, I just wanted to confirm, because we were never given files, or files were never delivered to us. We were given a link, and from the link we printed. So we didn't print in terms of 5 files, but in terms of the index, we'll confirm whether we say we have the same thing. Because the second bundle will be 795 as the total number of pages for index and exhibits.
That's the same for me.
Okay. So that the witness doesn't get confused as to file 4, file 3, and he doesn't have file 4 to file 5. He only has 3 files in front of him.
Okay, well, but we will then as between me and the witness, I'll refer to the index to exhibits file, which is the 795-page file, and the exhibit file, and then the annexures of exhibits, which is the 538-page file.
Thank you. As long as we stick to page numbers, then you'll be able to follow easily.
Thank you, Mr. Ngwato. Yes, Mr. Shaskalson.
If we can start on page 320 of the exhibits file. And there at page 320 on the 5th of July 2023 at 18:43:47, General Sabia sent you an address. I don't want anyone to mention that address because it's a private address, and it's redacted here. But if you want to confirm, that's the private address of General Sabia. If you don't want to confirm, I won't have that as, I'm happy to make that the second of my questions. But I'll put, for now, I will put it that that is the private address of General Sabia. And after some time, that private address was sent to you at 1843. At 1902, you responded, "I'm here at the gate." And just to clarify that it is indeed the private address of General Sabia, I'd like you to go to the annexure bundle, the annexure to exhibits bundle at page 145. And if you put that address into Google Maps, this is the image that is generated. And if you go to the preceding page, at annexure page 144, you will see a picture of the news coverage on the day that General Sabia's house was raided. And if you compare 145 and 144, you will see that they are the same property. Don't need you to answer anything in that regard.
Mr. Chairperson, should we not just get him to confirm if that is so? Or you consent that
I'm happy. He doesn't have an attorney present with him. I don't think this is a contentious question, but I don't. I said I wouldn't ask him to.
I think let's have.
I confirm is the address, Commissioners.
Thank you.
And I confirm also that my attorney is present with me now.
Thank you. If we can then go back into the exhibits bundle and to page 46 of the exhibits bundle, and I'm interested in a chat or message that you sent to Kat Matlala on the 4th of March 2024 at 8:21. You sent a contact card, and at Annexure 9, Annexure to Exhibit Bundle, page 9, that contact card is exhibited, and it is a contact card for General Sabia with a phone number of General Sabia. And the question I would ask you now, if you want to assert your right of privilege against self-incrimination, you must do so, is did you introduce Kat Matlala to General Sabia?
No.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairperson, we don't have a context of this. When I look at this page 46, it's not obvious to us as part of the record that there's anything here that comes from the witness.
If I can just clarify.
If you could just locate, what are we looking at?
So if one goes to 46
Yes,
at 82107,
yes.
there is an icon that says VCF.
Yes, I can see that.
That is a contact card.
Yes. Now, I'm raising a different point. You've said to him, this is what he sent from him, but it's not apparent that this is material from his phone. That's the point I'm making, that for purpose of the record, are we looking at
what we are looking at
of his phone?
Is an extract of a series of all of the chats that were found on his phone between himself and one of the numbers used by Mr. Matlala.
Okay.
And in fact, the index to that bundle
Yes.
explains what each of these sequences of chats are. So it may be useful to just quickly at the outset run through that index.
And Mr. Chancellor, seeing that witness F was prepared to confirm something, who knows, maybe he might be prepared to confirm even this as well. But go ahead.
Let me go to the...
Yes.
I'd like to get to the index just so that we can clarify everything.
Yes.
And I just want to be on the same page. So at the front of the exhibits bundle, there is an index to the 795 pages of that bundle, which describes, well, the first 35 pages are correspondence. Thereafter, from page 36 onwards, there are indexed a whole series of chats extracted from the WhatsApps on your phone between yourself and various people. Can you confirm that what one sees on the index actually is what one sees on the bundle, that the index accurately reflects the bundle that it describes?
I confirm.
Then if we go to back to the bundle, we've seen that on the 4th of March, you who always, and can you confirm also that in these chats, you always appear on the right-hand side of the page and the counterparty always appears on the left-hand side of the page? Whether or not you are forwarding a chat or originating a chat, the counterparty is on the left and you sending or forwarding are on the right.
I confirm.
Thanks, Chair. I think I've got through my 4 questions. So I will, Witness F, unless you want to intervene going forward from here, I'm just going to put things that if at any stage you want to intervene, please feel free.
Mr. Chairperson, for my benefit, reference to outgoing and incoming, I thought that's what the issue was. So can you just clarify for us what outgoing means and what incoming means, so that when we look at all the WhatsApps, at least we have an idea?
Certainly. So the chats that appear on the right-hand side of the page are messages that are sent from the witness. They are outgoing from the witness's phone. The chats on the left-hand side of the page are messages sent by the counterparty. So from the witness's perspective, they are incoming. Frequently, you will see empty bubbles. Those reflect voice calls. The outgoing and incoming remains the same. So if the empty bubble is on the right-hand side of the page, it's a voice call initiated by the witness. If the empty bubble is on the left-hand side of the page, it's a voice call initiated by the counterparty.
You confirm that as well, Witness F?
I confirm, Commissioner.
Mr. Shaskalsin, you said that's your 4 questions, but that does not address the issue why we made reference to at least 4 questions. We made reference to that in the context of the witness having said, I am not going to answer any questions. So here he has actually answered the questions. So we have not reached a point where he says, I'm not answering that, I'm not answering that, I'm not answering that.
I certainly accept that, Chair.
Yes, because he will only be within the Section 6 and Regulation 8.1 net once he has said, I will not answer that.
Indeed, Chair, but I did make an undertaking to the witness, and I'm not going to go beyond that undertaking. Witness F, if you want to jump in at any point, please feel free, but I will not ask you questions going forward. Further questions.
We directed in so many words that you should. So it's a direction from the Commission, Mr. Chaskalson. Because point is, yes, from where you are sitting, it's a practical way of just quickly having the evidence before the Commission. But this Commission would create a bad and unfortunate precedent if we were to proceed along the lines of just letting a witness say, I will not be answering any questions, without anybody putting specific questions to him. If an attempt were to be made down the line to bring criminal proceedings against him, he will easily say, but who put what question to me? And to what question did I refuse to respond? And he will be found not guilty and discharged. That's a precedent we do not want to create.
Chair, if you're instructing me, I will ask questions, but it is also a tricky situation, Chair, because if I am just going through the chats, I will do it in one way. If I am questioning the witness rigorously, I will do it in another way. In some respects, I will follow the procedure of just going through the chats, because I think that is the easiest way of organizing the material. There will be occasions when I will have to ask the witness, I will ask the witness to clarify questions, but for the most part, I will be putting to you what the chats say.
Perhaps what I should do, I hope my co-commissioners agree, is not to insist that you ask 4 consecutive questions as you go along. We want to see you ask questions, and we want to see the witness's response. If his response is that I will not answer, then he will be within the Section 6 and Regulation 8.1 net. The simple point is we do not, and colloquially, want to give him a free ride on this. Thank you, Mr. Chaskalson.
Thank you, Chair. Can we then go to page 48 and start at 6:47 in the morning? 48 of the, unless I mention, all of my page references are going to be to the exhibit bundle where I'm referring to specific annexures. I will mention them. So at 6:47, there was a voice call from Kat Madlanga to yourself. That was followed at 6:52 by a message from Mr. Madlanga saying, call me. You called back at 7:22. Mr. Madlanga then sent you a voice note, and I'd like us to play that voice note. That voice note was sent at 7:24 in the morning. Chair, we have some technical difficulties here. I need that for this. Sorry, come help me out. Where?
Yes, Mr. Shackleton.
Let's see if this works. If not, we might ask for a 5-minute adjournment just to sort out our flighting.
All right.
Sorry to bother you so early. If you can just send me a pin drop where it must go to.
Can I play that again?
Yes, sorry to bother you so early. Can you send me a pin drop to where the box, to where the impalas must go, please, sir? If you can just send me a pin drop where it must go to.
I'll play it a third time.
I say sorry to bother you so early. Can you send me a pin drop to where the box, to where the impalas must go, please, sir? If you can just send me a pin drop where it must go to.
Can you describe what that voice note was about?
First tell us, sorry, witness, first tell us who's speaking and then respond to Advocate Shackleton's question.
Commissioners, the person who's speaking in that voice note, I don't know him. It was the message that was sent to me. I can't remember by who. For now, I can't answer that who exactly was that in my letter.
Yes, Mr. Shackleton.
Can I then ask you to go to page 214?
Mr. Shackleton, can I just confirm with the witness what his answer means? Witness F, Mr. Shackleton put to you that this note was sent to you by Mr. Madlanga, and I think you have said you can't remember who sent it to you. Does that mean you don't confirm that it was sent to you by Mr. Madlanga?
That's correct, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Well, witness, if I have to put it to you that it was extracted from the chats between yourself and Kat Madlanga. So what I played there was the voice note that one sees in the extracted chats at page 48 of the bundle, where there is an icon that says Opus. That is the file that is in the chats, and that was played aloud.
And remember, in that context, Witness F, that you did confirm not so long ago that what appears on the right is from you, and that what appears on the left is from Mr. Madlanga. Or rather, the counterparty. Who was the counterparty here? Was it not Mr. Madlanga?
It was Mr. Madlanga, Commissioners, I do confirm. However, maybe it was a human error by saying I don't know where did it come from. Actually, I stand by my words of saying I don't know who the person was talking is. But I do confirm it was sent to me by Mr. Madlanga.
Commissioner, just for housekeeping issues, can Mr. Shackleton, when he says page 214 of which bundle? Because I tend to be running behind and looking for where 214 is in which bundle. Because
Mr. Ngwato, unless I say otherwise, it will always be the exhibit bundle. So for them, almost without exception, I will be referring to the exhibit bundle. Occasionally, I will refer to the annexure bundles. If I refer to the annexure bundles, I will say annexure bundle page such and such.
Please, thank you.
On ours, Mr. Ngwato, this is flagged as CJC 64. Am I?
That is correct, Chair. It is, but Mr. Ngwato has the whole exhibit bundle in one file.
Okay.
But if we then go to page 214 of the exhibit bundle, and you'll recall that it was at 7:24 that voice note arrived on the 21st of March. Well, at 7:24 and 55 seconds on page 214, you will see that you forwarded that voice note to General Sabia. And let me play that file again.
Perhaps, Mr. Shaskalson, because we were dealing with Mr. Matlala's chats earlier, if you could just draw the witnesses' attention to where exactly his and General Sabia's chats begin, so that he will know that the counterpart he's corresponding with is indeed General Sabia.
Chair, the names are on the chats. So on 214, you'll see on the right is the witnesses'
yeah. No, I see.
sort of chat
The
name.
name is there throughout.
And on the left is, it says General Sabia, Deputy National Commissioner.
Thank you. I see that.
Chair, we're going to have one last try, failing which we're going to have to ask for a 5-minute adjournment to sort this out.
Sorry to bother you, sir. Can you send me a... to the where the paras must go, please, sir. If you can just send me a pin drop where it must go to.
So that's the same voice note. It's the unknown man asking you to send a pin drop or asking someone to send a pin drop where the impalas must go to. And that voice note was forwarded to you by Mr. Matlala, and you have immediately forwarded it on to General Sabia. Can we then go to the next chat on page 214, and it's a message from you to General Sabia 29 seconds later at 07:25:24, and you say, "Morning, it's from Cat." Then the next chat is at 8:39, still on page 214, and it is a call from General Sabia to you, a voice call on WhatsApp. If we then go back to page 49, we see that there are a series of calls between yourself and Mr. Matlala from 9:48:50 through to 9:53:24. Page 49. So from 9:50, at 9:48:50, you call Mr. Matlala. At 9:52, he calls you back, and at 9:53, you call him back. And then the important message is the message that comes from him at 10:36:40. And can we show that message, which is in the annexure bundle at page 12? And it's a message, it's a screenshot of a message from someone called Rudy Farm Manager. And bear in mind that this screenshot is sent to you by Mr. Matlala. And so if it originates on Mr. Matlala's phone, we can infer that just like in the chat streams that we see for you, on the right-hand side, the messages come from Mr. Matlala. On the left-hand side, they come from Rudy Farm Manager. At the top of the page, just underneath the name Rudy Farm Manager, is a document which we cannot see. It's a PDF file. It's half cut off. It was sent by Mr. Matlala at 06:03. It's followed by a message from Mr. Matlala that says, please check your account again. Rudy Farm Manager then says, thank you, sir, I got it. Thank you very much. Thanks, sir, we'll do that. That's at 6:06 and 6:12. There's then an image of a voice note that was sent at 6:24, to which we can't access that voice note because what we have is a screenshot, not the original messages. To which Mr. Matlala responds, okay. And then Mr. Matlala forwards a PIN to Rudy Farm Manager. And that PIN designates the home address of General Sabia, does it not? Well, it is the same address that you confirmed earlier to be the home address of General Sabia. The response...
Witness F, do you wish to respond?
Yes, Commissioners.
Do you
I
confirm?
do report to the
Do you confirm that the address is the address of General Sabia?
That's positive. I confirm, Commissioner.
And then Rudy Farm Manager responds, thanks, sir. Hi there, sir. Okay, everything has been arranged. He will catch the impalas on Sunday and transport it Monday to that location. Is it good? And Mr. Matlala responds, no problem. Mr. Matlala's response is at 10:35 on this screenshot. If we go back to page 49, we see that at 10:41 on the same day he called you. Now, when we were dealing with the evidence of Mr. Mokgotsi some time ago in this commission.
Mr. Chaskasan, before you do that, I'm getting lost here. You, at page 12, you say this is Mr. Matlala and the witness. Where do we see that? There are no numbers, and he hasn't confirmed that, he confirms the address, but he hasn't confirmed what you've put, that this is an exchange between him and Mr. Matlala.
Sorry, at page 12.
Yeah, the Rudy Farm manager exchange. I think you said
Yes,
this is an exchange between the
what
witness.
I put to the witness is that this was a screenshot that was sent from Mr. Matlala
Yes,
to him, and the screenshot, as it emanates from Mr. Matlala's phone, would have Mr. Matlala's messages on the right-hand side and the counterparty, who is Rudy Farm manager, on the left-hand side.
okay. Am I the right page 12?
Yes, that's the Annexure page 12 screenshots. Annexure page 12. So that is the screenshot that was sent
Yes,
at 10:36 on the 21st of March. That screenshot was sent from Kat Matlala to the witness.
okay. And this was extracted from Mr. Matlala's phone.
No. Well,
This page 12.
page 12 is the screenshot that is found on the witness's phone
I
that
see.
was sent to him by Mr. Matlala on the 21st of March, 2024, 10:36.
I see, yes. And the witness confirms that.
I didn't understand the witness to object, but Witness F, do you confirm that that screenshot was sent to you by Mr. Matlala at 10:36 on the 21st of March?
I can confirm as to who it was extracted from, either from me or from Mr. Matlala, but I do confirm that I know the message.
Okay, thank you.
Now, just to contextualize what we're looking at here, when we heard the evidence of Mr. Mokgotsi, we looked at the chats between Mr. Mokgotsi and Mr. Matlala. And in one of the chats, Mr. Mokgotsi was taking Mr. Matlala to task. Sorry, Mr. Matlala was taking Mr. Mokgotsi to task and accusing him of having leaked to other people that he had paid for Impalas for Sibia, that he had given Impalas to Sibia. Now, it seems to me that what we see in these chats actually confirms that indeed Mr. Matlala did arrange for the delivery of Impalas to Mr. Sibia, having paid the necessary price into the account of Rudy Farm Manager, who was the person who delivered those Impalas. Do you have any comment on that?
I can comment on that because during my communication with Mr. Matlala, he never indicated to me as in whether he's paying for the Impalas or Mr. Rudy Farm. So I cannot comment on that, Commissioner, because I have no knowledge of that.
Well, can I take you back to page 12 of the Annexure bundle then?
This meeting is being recorded.
I'm on page 12 now.
If you see the top, there is a page, there is a one-page PDF attached to the message, but we don't see that. Underneath it,
Yes.
Mr. Matlala says, please check your account again. And then Rudy Farm Manager says, thank you, sir, I got it. Thank you very much. That looks very much to me like Mr. Matlala is paying money to Rudy Farm Manager. Can you comment on that?
It looks like that to myself as well, but it was not a communication between myself and Mr. Matlala. It was a communication between Mr. Rudy Farm Manager and Mr. Matlala. Therefore, I cannot comment on that.
You were the go-between for Mr. Matlala and General Sabia on this arrangement. You were the one who sent the voice note to General Sabia and who then received the instructions that Mr. Matlala had given Rudy Farm Manager to deliver at General Sabia's address. What did you understand was going on?
To be honest with you, commissioners, I did not ask what was going on there. I just received such message from Mr. Matlala, and then I immediately forwarded it to General Sabia without even asking questions of what was it for. Thank you.
But why did you know that you had to forward it to General Sabia? There's nothing in the texts that says, please forward to General Sabia.
Can you repeat that, Mr. President?
Mr. Shatterson, he asked you to repeat the question.
I'm sorry. How did you know that you had to forward this voice note to General Sabia? There's nothing in the messages that says, please forward to General Sabia. There's nothing visible in the messages.
I think it came through the phone call.
So Mr. Matlala essentially, according to your evidence, said, I'm going to send you a voice note. Please will you send it on to General Sabia?
A screenshot.
I can't comment on that.
I think you said voice note screenshot.
No, I'm talking first about the voice note because
sorry.
The document that the message that is forwarded to General Sabia is the voice note saying, where must I deliver the impalas?
Yes.
So in the conversation between yourself and Mr. Matlala, in anticipation, or at 7:22, because there was a call at 7:22 before the voice note was sent to you at 7:24, and bear in mind you forwarded it on at 7:24. In that conversation of 7:22, your recollection is Mr. Matlala would have said, I'm sending you a voice note, please forward to General Sabia.
I assume he might have said that. But I can't really remember, but I can confirm I've spoken to him before this message.
And did you know that he was in the process of arranging for impalas to be delivered to General Sabia?
I did not know, Commissioners.
But then you received this voice note that made it clear that he was arranging for impalas to be delivered to General Sabia.
I can't really comment on that. He made it clear that he was arranging impalas for General Sabia, but I can confirm that he made a call and then he sent this voice note to me. But if there was any arrangement, I did not know of that.
But why, if Mr. Matlala is making an arrangement with General Sabia, would he do it through you? Why would he send the voice note to you and ask you to forward it to General Sabia as opposed to sending it directly to General Sabia?
To answer that question, Commissioners, I think that call, one of the things, I'm just assuming because it happened for quite some time, I think maybe it was one of the reasons that he sent it to me because of he could not get hold of General Sabia.
But he already...
Okay, Carry on, I'll answer for you.
Sorry, but if you go back to the annexure bundle on page 9, read with
Yes.
page 46 of the exhibits bundle, you had actually given him General Sabia's number on the 4th of March, which was more than 2 weeks previously. So if he wanted to contact General Sabia directly, he knew how to do it. You'd given him General Sabia's number.
Can I comment on that?
Yes, please, witness F.
Okay, Commissioners, one of the reasons that I assume that Mr. Madlanga sent that thing to me, it was because maybe he did not get hold of General Sabia.
But,
That's why he sent it to me.
but could he not just have sent the voice note to General Sabia in the same way that he sent the voice note to you? He didn't need anyone to pick up the phone. He just needed someone to receive a voice note.
Thank you, Commissioners. If your phone is off or you are offline, when you send something on WhatsApp, it will only take one line. So I assume maybe General Sabia's phones were off.
Can I put another possibility to you? Let's go back a day from the 21st of March. Let's look on the 20th of March on page 47. And at 12:49:27, you'll see that Mr. Madlanga sent you a case number. Case number's been redacted. I'm not sure that it's necessary for the case number to be redacted. But you presumably can see what case number it was. And then if we go over the next page, at page 48,
Yes.
a few minutes later, at 12:52, you sent a text back saying station. Which police station? Because as we know now, each police station has its own set of case numbers. And Mr. Madlanga came back saying Mamelodi East. So he had sent you a case station from Mamelodi East. If we then go forward to the 21st of March again, after he sends you the voice note about the Impalas.
Yes.
At the foot of page 48, at 7:44 in the morning, well, let's maybe go back one chat. He sends you the voice note. At 7:37, there's a call from him to you. At 7:44, he sends up a message. You didn't send anything here. In other words, he's following up saying, why haven't you sent me what you should send me? You immediately respond over the page, 49 at 7:44:23, so that's 9 seconds later, by sending an image of a screen, and that screen is at page 11 of the annexure bundle. And that is an SAPS screen of case number 15703 of 2024 in Mamelodi East. It tells you who it was allocated to, when it passed hands to a different investigating officer, and who is responsible for that case. And it gives the name of the detective who's responsible for that case. Is that correct?
That's correct, Commissioners.
What was Mr. Matlala's interest in this case, and what was your reason for WhatsApping this screen to him?
Thank you, Commissioners. The reason Mr. Matlala sent this to me, it was actually a complaint. According to him, when he phoned me, he said one of his employees, that was a female employee, was being abused by her husband, and when she opened cases, there is no movement. Therefore, as a proxy of that female woman, he asked me to check the progress of that particular case. That is when and how I've sent in this screenshot.
Witness F, I think you know that answer is false. Do you want to reconsider it and tell the Commission what case 15703 of 2024 was really about?
I still stand by my answer. That is what Mr. Matlala told me, Commissioners.
And you didn't make any inquiries yourself?
I did not, Commissioners.
Well, what the evidence will be is that this case, 15703 of 2024, involved the murder of Kabelo Richard Mate, who was murdered outside a four-room house in Mamelodi Sector 1 and at a crime scene where 50 cartridges were found. There was no private complainant at all. The complainant was the constable to whom it was reported. And I put it to you that this looks very much like a case in which Mr. Matlala's query would have been made on behalf of a perpetrator, not on behalf of a victim. What is your response to that?
My response to that, Commissioner, I would have not known what you are putting to me now.
And you didn't bother to find out what case 15703 of 2024 at Mamelodi East involved?
I did not know. I did not do that, Commissioners.
Before we leave this Impala topic, I want to take you...
Even before you move further, can I just ask about this page here? Witness F, this is an SAPS record that you obviously had access to. What do you mean you didn't know what it was about if you had access to the SAPS record? Because that's the only way you could have been able to forward this. It's part of a record.
That's correct, Commissioners. The reason that I did not know, I've sent it, I forwarded it to someone else as well, because at that particular time, I did not have an access to the SAPS system. That is the reason I have forwarded it to somebody else.
What do you mean that's the reason you forwarded to somebody else? What did you forward to somebody else?
I did forward that case number that Mr. Matlala forwarded to me.
Yes, you forwarded it to somebody else, and what happens?
That is when they checked for me. As you see there, on top it says warrant officer, so forth. So I did not check on the system because of, at that particular time, I had no access.
Yes, and you say then if it is true, if we accept that this came to you from somebody else, and because you didn't have access to the record, when you send this to Mr. Matlala, why are you sending this? He's just given you a case number on what we see in the earlier page. He gave you the station. Why are you sending him the name or the name of the people or the person who's dealing with the matter? He's not the complainant in the matter. Why are you giving him the name of the detective who's dealing with this matter?
As I've said earlier, Commissioner, according to him, he was a proxy of that particular person who was being abused. And little did I know that it was a murder case, as Mr. Chakasin is bringing it forward now. I just forwarded it and then gave him back the report because of, according to him, he was the proxy to that person.
What do you mean he was a proxy? Can I just go to as a proxy to a substation and say, give me the details of a case docket? I don't understand. Well, maybe firstly tell us about that SEPS process, but also explain what you mean he was a proxy that entitled him to information about the person in charge of a matter.
Thank you, Commissioner. According to me, sometimes when maybe I took it like this. This is a woman. Maybe sometimes when she goes to the police station, they are taking advantage of her, that they won't listen to her because she's a woman. And then she engages her boss. Now is Mr. Madlanga. And then Mr. Madlanga engages me. This is how I took it. That is the reason I'm saying a proxy. Maybe she was checking on behalf, as she alleges to me that time.
And you, as a SEPS officer, you didn't think to engage this detective to find out what's happening with the matter, because I would have thought that's what you would do, to find out for Mr. Madlanga what's happening with the matter, instead of giving him the details of an investigating officer.
At that time, Commissioner, I did not think of that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chaskasen.
Sorry, Ms. Chaskasen, unless you're going to deal with this at some point later, I need to know what this is. I don't know what this is. I see the information on the document, but I need to know what this is before we leave it. So maybe I should just ask the question. Witness F, what we are looking at on page 11, does that come from a SAPS IT system, and what is it exactly?
It's a case number, Commissioner.
No, Witness F, it can be a case number. Some of the information on the document is a case number, but the entire screenshot appears to be information from an IT system. Can you just confirm for me that this is an internal SAPS IT system that stores information about the progress of a case?
That's correct. I confirm that, Commissioner.
And would please continue.
Okay, it's a screen that shows when was the matter open and who was it located to, who is the investigating officer.
And
Commissioners,
Witness F, just bear with me. Sorry, I can't see your face, so I don't know when you are done with an answer or not. Would an ordinary citizen have access to this SAPS system?
No, Commissioner.
So only you as a policeman or your colleague would have had access to this system?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Witness F, before we leave the Impala topic, can we go to page 307?
What page number?
307 of the exhibit bundle. Do you have it? if you go to 1505.33, you will see that you sent a message to General Sabia at 1505.33. And before we listen to that message, can you go to 194, which is it's a set of chats from a different number of General Sabia. And at 194, also at 1505.33, we see a message sent to General Sabia. It's going to be a voice note. In fact, it's going to be the same voice note. Can I ask that we play that voice note?
Ali, can you send me a pin drop to where the box, to where the impalas must go, please, sir? If you can just send me a pin drop where it must go to.
So at 1505 on the 6th of August 2025, you sent that voice note from Rudy, farm manager, to General Sabia again. That was, gosh, almost 18 months later. And you sent it to him on both of his phones. Is that correct?
That's correct, Commissioners.
Can you explain why?
You are saying now I've sent this voice note 18 months later.
Well, to be exact, 14 and a half months later, 15 months later.
On that one, I can't remember on how or why did I send it 18 months later, but I do confirm that I did send it immediately after Mr. Mabandla forwarded to me.
Well, I had a theory as to why you might have wanted to send it to him more than a year after the event, and I'm going to put it to you, and you must feel free to answer it as you see fit. It occurred to me that by August 2025, General Sabia might have thought that it was convenient for him to try to make you a fall guy for some of the things that you had done for him previously, and that you were sending him this audio just to remind him that if you fell, he fell too. So what's your comment on that?
I can't comment on that, Commissioners.
But you can't offer any reason why you would have sent this voice note in two separate messages to two different numbers of General Sabia in August 2025 when it was originally sent in March 2024.
To be honest with you, I can't remember why did I send him, but I tend to differ on your version where you say you are bringing to me that maybe General Sabia was blackmailing me on saying something else. Then as a result, I've sent that note saying, if you fall, I fall. By the time that thing was sent to me, I did not know what was it for. I did not expect it. They sent it to me by Mr. Mabandla. I sent it to General Sabia.
But presumably by August 2025, you would have realized that the fact that Mr. Mabandla had arranged for the delivery of some impalas to General Sabia's private home was not going to be well received by the public. Or by internal audit people at SAPS.
I can't comment on that, Commissioners, because I don't know.
Well, let's move on then. Can we now go to page 701? And we're now in chats between yourself and the late Deputy President, Mr. Didi Mabuza. And on page 701, on the 15th of November 2024, at 11:33, the late Deputy President forwards you an image of a weapon. Can we just, the weapon itself is to be seen in the annexure bundle at page 231. Maybe if we can just display it.
Are you ready to display the correct object?
We have got the correct object.
Oh, okay.
So that is the image that was sent to you by the late Deputy President. He followed that up with what appear to be videos demonstrating the use of this weapon. One at, well, both sent to you at 11:37 on the same day, like a second later after the image. Can we show those videos? Witness F, I've read through loads and loads of your chats, and I haven't seen you taken aback or nonplussed often, but it seems that you were then, because at 11:35, if we go back to page
Perhaps,
701.
Perhaps before that, do you confirm, Witness F, that you did receive the image at 11:37 a.m. on the 15th of November 2024? Do you confirm that you did receive that?
I confirm, Commissioners, I did receive it.
And do you also confirm that you received it from the late Deputy President Didi Mabuza?
I don't confirm that, Commissioners. It was his nephew.
His nephew.
But he's listed in your phone as Comrade Didi Mabuza, Deputy President.
I confirm that, Commissioners.
And you're saying that his nephew used the Deputy President's phone to send you those images?
I confirm.
So the late Deputy President's nephew had access to his phone to send you messages of this nature. Is that your evidence?
It is not my evidence. My evidence is they were planning to bring these guns from somewhere to South Africa. They wanted to bring it on the market. Actually, when you open there at page 702, you will see the prices there, as he was showing me on how do they range from how much to how much. If they can buy them in bulk and sell them to a gun shop in South Africa.
Well, let's take these chats one at a time before we get to page 702. But before we start going through the chats one at a time, I just want to clarify what it is that you're saying. This message, as I understand it, was sent to you from the late Deputy President's phone. Is that correct?
Can you repeat that?
The message was sent from the phone of the late Deputy President.
From the nephew's phone.
From the nephew's phone.
That's correct.
But you saved the nephew on your phone as Comrade Didi Mabuza, Deputy President.
That's correct.
Why do you save the nephew's phone under the name Comrade Didi Mabuza, Deputy President?
That is how I felt I should save it.
Who is the nephew?
I think I must protect his identity as well, due to the fightings amongst the family of Didi Mabuza.
Witness F, Witness F, remember that you have a legal obligation to answer questions satisfactorily. You remember Section 6, it covers that as well. That's not answering satisfactorily. It's not your business to protect that witness, or rather that person. And what is the fight you are referring to about anyway?
The inheritance or the will of the former deputy.
See, that is, from where I'm sitting, that is none of your business, Witness F. And certainly it's not a matter that should stop you from answering Mr. Shaskalson's question. So please answer the question.
It's Spiwe.
Spiwe Mabuza.
That's correct.
And you're saying that all of these messages that say Comrade Didi Mabuza, Deputy President, are actually messages from Spiwe?
That's correct, Commissioners. Sorry about that.
Well, the person described as Comrade Didi Mabuza, Deputy President, writes to you, well, you first say at 11:35, what's happening here, my man?
Perhaps before you move on, Mr. Shaskalsin, Witness F, remember that it's a matter of relative ease for it to be established as to who the phone belongs to or in whose name it is registered. So be careful of the answer that you give us. Do you not want to revisit the answer that you've given us? Because it simply does not make sense that you would choose to save Mr. Sipiwe Mabuza's number as the number of Comrade Didi Mabuza, Deputy President. Do you want to revisit your answer in this regard?
Commissioners, I stand by my answer of saying the person who's in the phone is Pierre Mabuza. As I'm speaking with you now, that phone is still working in position of the person that I'm talking to or I'm talking about now. Furthermore, a 205 can be made to confirm as to whether the phone or the number belong to the former president, Didi Mabuza, or belong to Pierre Mabuza. So by that being said, I stand by my answer of saying that number did not belong to the former president. Thank you, Commissioners.
Witness F, why would you, I mean, it's quite a deliberate decision to save somebody's name in general, to save a person's name under another person's name. And with where you are using the name of a deputy president. What is your reason? You must have had a reason why you did not want to save Mr. Sipiwe Mabuza's name on your phone, and you use the cover on your version. You use the cover of the deputy president's name. Why did you not want to save Mr. Sipiwe Mabuza in his name? And please don't say you just felt like it, because that is not the answer.
Thank you, Commissioner. I just felt like saving him like that because he was always talking about his uncle Didi Mabuza. That then when I said his number, I said him the way he portrayed his uncle or that Didi Mabuza. That is, at that particular time, I saw it fit to save him like that. Not that maybe I was covering something, or no. It was not like that. I was saving because I felt that, no, this is the right thing to do. This one is obsessed with Didi Mabuza. Let me save him like that.
Thank you, Witness F.
Let's go back to the chats. You say at 11:35, what's happening here, my man? At 11:36, you get the response. Hey, brother, do you have a market for a compact CQC, close quarter combat, 12-gauge shotgun, manufactured in South Africa? So when you earlier said it was imported, that was wrong. Pick attached. I have access to 750 units in knockdown component form, plus spares, ready for shipping with matching flashbang ammo, see videos, at family price. That was sent to you.
That's correct. It was sent to me. As I said to you, according to me, when he told me, they were to be taken from somewhere to South Africa. That is the reason now, in your statement, the statement that you just read now said they were ready to be shipped here and to be sold on a family price. So that is the reason now I'm saying, according to me, he said they were not from here.
It does actually say manufactured in South Africa. Do you see that now?
That's correct, I see that.
Your response at the time was, I need to see and test.
That's correct.
And then over the page, the person trying to get you to take up this arms deal said, just tell me when and I confirm. And then said below, they need to order on sliding scale pricing on the MAG 7 unit first. 1 to 5 units, 15,500 each. 5 to 10 units, 15,000 each. 10 to 20 units, 14,500. 20 to 50 units, 13,750 each. 50 to 100 units, 12,500 each. 100 to 200 units, 11,000 each. 200 to 500 units, 8,750 each. 500 to 750 units, 7,500 each. And we have a percentage success fee built in on our side. That was sent to you. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Had you previously engaged in any arms deals with either the Deputy President or his nephew?
No, I did not.
And what came of this offer?
I don't know.
Well, you said, if we go back up to page 701, at 11:37:41 at 15th November 2024, I need to see and test. Did you make arrangements to see and test? Did you make arrangements to see and test? And what happened when you saw and tested?
Okay, maybe I can explain this. One of my hobbies is a dedicated sport shooting. I'm into firearms. I like firearms. Now, when he sent me this, he sent me, or he sent to me, knowing that one of my hobbies is dedicated sport shooting. That is the reason when you hear him saying, can we find a market for a combat or compact?
Witness F, I thought, Witness F, if I understood the question, I thought it was a simple one. Did you see and test?
I did not.
You didn't?
No, I didn't.
At this point, Mr. Shaskalsin, I hope it's not, that it is an appropriate point at which to adjourn.
We can pick up after lunch.
Yes. Let's resume at 2 p.m. Let's adjourn.
The recording has stopped.
Testing 1, 2. Witness F, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you, sir. We're about to start. All right. Good afternoon, everyone.
meeting
We're
is
about to
being
start.
recorded.
About to resume. Please make sure that your cell phones are off. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chaskalson.
Witness F, we were talking about the close quarter combat weapons deal that was being proposed to you when we left.
Mr. Ngwato, I see that you have shed your jacket.
Sorry, Commissioner, it's just your sorry.
At least you should have said something.
Commissioner?
I'm saying at least you should have said something to us.
No, sorry, I apologize because I was outside and I just came in and said and it just completely slipped my mind. I apologize.
So you were asking to...
May I, Commissioner, if you don't mind? This is extremely hard.
That's in order. Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We were talking about the close quarter combat arms deal. You said at 11:37 that you need to see and test. What did you have in mind by that?
I wanted to see the said firearm and test if they are worth of use for a dedicated sports shooting.
And did you ever get an opportunity to test them?
No, I did not.
And now, when you wanted to see and test them, what did you have in mind? That you would look for a buyer?
I don't know how to answer that, but let me put it in this fashion. I wanted to see and test. It was a two-way thing. Even when I present it to people, I must have that knowledge on how does it work, how does it perform. That is the reason I said I wanted to test and see.
Now, what is the market for a close quarter combat 12-gauge modified shotgun? Who buys these types of weapons?
I'm not sure, Commissioners, if I understand that question.
Well, if you wanted to see and test, that was presumably with a view to being able to tell a potential buyer what you thought of the weapons. I'm interested in knowing who potential buyers were.
Myself, for one, as you see there in 702, he sent me the quotation. If on each firearm is 15,500, if you buy 10. So I was looking at, in that fashion. Not per se that I had a buyer or I was doing marketing for him.
But the question that you were being asked was whether you had a market for these.
I don't have a market.
You don't have a market. That isn't what you answered. Your answer was, I need to see and test.
That's correct.
When you were being asked whether you had a market, why didn't you just say, no, I don't have a market, but I may be interested in buying one of these weapons myself?
When I was asked by who, commissioners?
By the person who saved in your phone as Comrade Didi Mabuza, Deputy President. If you look at 113639. Hey brother, do you have a market for a compact close quarter combat 12-gauge shotgun manufactured in South Africa?
So at that time, I felt that to answer him the way I did, commissioners.
And why would you be interested in a close quarter combat 12-gauge shotgun? Is this a sports weapon of the sort that you are familiar with?
That's correct, Commissioner. Not that I was per se interested. He's the one who sent it to me. Then I comment that can I see and test? Because of obviously when you see the gun, it looks very, very, very beautiful. So I thought to myself, if maybe I could have one like that. That was me telling myself. I did not even tell that to him. So that's my answer.
So you weren't thinking of selling on in any large quantities to anybody else?
Can you repeat that question?
So if I understand your most recent answer, it suggests that you weren't interested in selling these units on to a different buyer. Or were you?
I was never interested on selling these guns to any buyer, as I'm not qualified to sell quantity or guns to anyone. I was entertaining, can I finish, Commissioner? I was entertaining this Mabuza guy because he sent that to me.
All right, I am going to leave this weapons deal topic and move to a separate set of chats with the Comrade Didi Mabuza, Deputy President, WhatsApp person. And for this I'd like you to go
Before you do that, Mr. Chaskalson, if I may. Witness F, did I hear you correctly earlier before we broke for lunch to have said about these firearms, to have said they wanted to import the firearms to South Africa? Did I hear that part of your evidence correctly?
That's correct.
Okay. In that, who is they that you are referring to? You are contacted by Mr. Sipiwe Mabuza, and then you say, your explanation is they wanted to import. Who are they?
I was referring to Sipiwe Mabuza when I say they, because I know that he's a businessman. Obviously, he's not alone. So that's why I was saying they.
So he's a businessman in the business of selling guns?
No, Commissioner.
Why do you say you know he's a businessman and obviously you knew he wasn't alone? Who is he in business with that you would have...
I don't know.
No?
I don't know.
Let me finish. Let me finish, Witness F. You say they, and you've explained that they is Mr. Mabuza and business, because you know he's a business person. You know him to be in business with whom that you would have thought they were seeking to import these guns?
I don't know, Commissioner.
What don't
I
you?
just approve.
Sorry, what don't you know?
I don't know of whom is he with in the said business, but I know that he's in business of supplying not guns, to my knowledge, but other things.
Okay. When you're a police officer, is Mr. Mabuza in the business? And I think I've asked you this. Maybe answer so that I can follow up with my next question. Do you know him to be in the business of selling guns?
No, I don't know him like that.
So you are approached by a civilian who wants to sell up to 750 units of guns, and he speaks to you. Somehow he's got the confidence to speak to a police officer about selling guns when he's not in the registered business of selling guns, and you just want to test. You didn't do anything about it. You didn't say, but this is breaking the law. Why is that you don't see this as someone who's breaking the law and then you need to act about it?
According to me and my understanding, in terms of the illegal firearms, there is no way that if those guns were illegal, he could sell each gun by 15,500, because of even in the shop is 15,000 or 13,000. It differs on the brand of a particular firearm. This is the reason I came to conclusion that he might have got them somewhere or bought them somewhere in bulk. He wants to sell them or to venture into business of some sort. But I did not verify with him because I did not see a point to verify with him. I assumed at that particular time that he was trying to venture into another business.
The business of selling 750 guns, and you, a police officer, didn't see a problem with that. All you wanted to do was let me test them.
That's correct, Commissioners.
And that you... Yes, carry on.
Can I?
Yes, carry on.
Okay. Not that I did not care or try to inquire further. As someone who's in business at his caliber and level, I just assume that he's venturing into that. I did not ignore that because of I'm a police official, or I did not ignore that at all. I just assume that because he's a businessman, he's venturing into something.
Did you report this to the police afterwards? So that there could be a proper investigation whether he's breaking the law or not?
I did not, Commissioner.
Okay. Did you maybe not report it, or did you maybe respond the way you do, that I need to see and test, because you knew exactly what was happening, that this is just a gun-selling, unlawful gun-selling venture, and you were comfortable with being part of it. All you needed to do was test them.
I disagree with your vision, Commissioner. I did not know that it was illegal gun selling. The person is live. He can be called and come and testify on whether these guns were illegal or legal.
Okay.
But best of my ability, it looked legit.
What about it look legit,
The
sir?
price is thereof.
Yes. Witness F, what is it about this WhatsApp messages? You've got a message that says, hey brother, do you have a market for a compact CQC, close quarter combat, 12-gauge shotgun manufactured in South Africa, pick attached. I have access to 750 units in knockdown component form, plus spares, ready for shipping with matching flashbang ammo. See video at family price. That's the first message you have. Now, you say to us, you thought maybe he wants to venture into something different. So you know he's not in the gun selling business. What did you consider to be lawful about this? As a police officer, I don't ask you as a civilian. I ask you as a police officer who does have a legal duty to act when a crime is committed, an offense is committed in their presence. That's the premise of my question. You have that responsibility. Someone is asking you to find buyers for 750 firearms. I think guns, I don't know the difference between firearms and guns, whether it has anything to do with caliber. But someone is asking you, you know them not to be in the business of gun selling, because I've asked you that question, and you firmly answer that no, he's not in the business of gun selling, and you thought maybe he's venturing out. Now, you have no reason to think and believe that he's got a license to sell this, because you're not telling us that. You have no reason for that. As a police officer, how is it responsible and lawful that you don't act against what is prima facie an offense being committed by asking you to find buyers for guns?
To me, maybe I've applied my mind as a police officer, that knowing that the street value of the particular similar firearm, they go around 2.5, 3,000. So if this one is 15,000, to me it came as a legit deal. And this guy, knowing very well that I'm a law enforcer, he would not have sent me stolen firearms or firearms are to be used to commit some sort of crime, knowing that I'm a police.
All right. Thank you, Witness F. Thank you. You've answered me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we go to page 696 of the same bundle? And there, at 2:06 on 16 January 2024, it's a bit earlier, Comrade Didi Mabuza sends you a message saying, Buti, please don't forgive about me. And I think it's forget about me. Am I correct that it was forget about me?
I'm still checking.
696.
Yes, I see that, Commissioners.
And is that, was it really meant to read, please don't forget about me?
Can you repeat that question, Commissioner?
It says, Buti, please don't forgive about me. Reading it, I think that what he probably meant to say was, please don't forget about me. Or did he mean, did you read that message as meaning, please don't forgive about me?
I can't comment on that message because even myself, I don't understand what he meant by please don't forgive me or please don't forget me. I did not know what he wanted to say.
Okay, well let's go to the next text, which is sent the following day at 5:36 p.m. And it sends a screenshot, and the screenshot is in the annexure bundle at page 299.
Yes, I see.
And the screenshot seems to be a screenshot of a message sent by Comrade Didi Mabuza, Deputy President, to Jerry Kazi. And because it's sent
Sorry, Advocate, we lost you. So give us the page number
at
again.
229 of the annexure bundle. Of the annexure bundle, not the exhibit bundle.
Is that page 229?
Okay, I confirm.
Sorry.
It's being flighted, Commissioner, so what you're looking for is a document like that. And so this is a screenshot that was sent to you by the person described as Comrade Didi Mabuza, Deputy President. And it's a screenshot of his conversation with someone who's saved on his phone as Jerry Kazi. Do you know who Jerry Kazi is?
I don't know him.
You don't know him.
Yes.
It says, firstly, the time on the screenshot is 1736. Which is the same time it was sent to you. That we'll see is reflected on page 696. It says, "Okay, Kazi," this is Jerry Kazi speaking, "I've got an issue." There's then a voice note and a voice call. He then shows, Jerry Kazi then shows a Teams meeting calendar entry and says, "I have an urgent special exco now at 6. And the person described as Comrade Didi Mabuza says, "You will indicate." Then Jerry Kazi says, "Let's meet 007 tonight after my meeting. It's urgent." And the person described as Comrade Didi Mabuza gives a clenched fist emoji. Now, who's 007?
I don't know him, Commissioners.
I think you do know witness F. I think you know that it's you.
Commissioners, my name is that one of that one. Not 007. Maybe themselves together, when they are together, they are referring me as 007. But that is not my name.
I know it's not your name, but why would they refer to you as 007, do you think?
I don't know. I would not know. You know, when two people are friends there, they give people's name. I cannot get into that and say it's because of this. I might have maybe PKS, maybe they call me PKS, then I would not entertain that eventually that is my name. But I can confirm 00 or 000 is not my name.
What did Mr. Madlanga call you on his chats? Do you remember?
You call me what, Commissioners?
What did Mr. Madlanga call you on his chats? Do you remember? I mean, if you don't, you Just say no.
I don't remember.
What you'll see when, if you look at the chats that were attached to your notices, is that he referred to you as Colonel and then your name, brackets, 00. Does that ring a bell?
I don't know how to answer that.
Do you know what 00 signifies in the James Bond movies?
James Bond, I don't know him. No, I can't comment on that.
You don't know who 007 is?
No, I don't know, Commissioner.
Well, James Bond was 007. But the 00 agents were the agents who had a license to kill.
No, okay, now I know, Commissioner.
All right, let's see what proceeds from this 007 chat. If we go back to page 229 of the annexure bundle, you'll see that the last text from Jerry Kazi was, "It's urgent." Now, can you recall what was so urgent that people wanted to see you that night?
Firstly, I would not say they wanted to see me because at that time, my name is not 007. It's that and that. That is my name. So I can now say when they were referring to 007, they were referring to me. So therefore, I cannot know what was that agent in that particular time.
Okay, well, let's look at the second screenshot. You'll see that it was sent to you at 5:57. That appears at page 696 of the main chats. And it appears in the annexure bundle at page 230. And it's essentially the same image, except now there are 3 more messages. After the clenched fist, the person described as Comrade Didi Mabuza says, "Sorted and confirmed." And Jerry Kazi says, "Thanks, Kazi, 7-ish, right."
I see that, Commissioners.
Let's go back to your text, it's page 696. And after sending you that second screenshot, the sender described as Comrade Didi Mabuza, Deputy President, says, "The pivot, please, next to Palazzo." And if you go over the page, and then there's a thumbs up. Why was he giving you these screenshots and these address details for the meeting? What was he expecting of you?
I would not know, Commissioners.
Was he not expecting you to come to the meeting?
I don't know, Commissioners.
Did you go to the meeting?
I can't remember, Commissioners.
Well, maybe let me jog your memory. If you go to 533 of the evidence bundle, you'll see that at 1739, you forwarded that screenshot to someone who is described in your chats as Bra Steve Mswazi, and who we understand to be Mr. Stephen Motsumi. So let me ask you 2 questions. First is Bri R. Steve Mswazi Stephen Mutsumi. Can you answer that?
Can you repeat that question, Commissioner?
Is the person saved in your phone as Bri R. Steve brackets Mswazi, Mr. Stephen Mutsumi?
That's correct.
And then why did you forward that screenshot from the person described as Comrade Didi Mabuza, Deputy President, to Mr. Mutsumi on the 17th of January 2024 at 17:39?
I can't remember. To be honest with you, commissioners, I can't remember. Why did I exactly send it?
Well, can I ask you some questions? What is the relationship between the person who is described in your phone as Comrade Didi Mabuza, Deputy President, and Mr. Mutsumi?
They don't have a relationship.
Then why would you be forwarding an invitation to a meeting sent by Comrade Didi Mabuza, Deputy President, to Mr. Mutsumi? Why would you forward the screenshot to him?
I really don't know. That is the reason, if you see here, commissioners, Stevens Mutsumi or Bra-R Mutsumi never responded.
I see he didn't respond, but my question is really, why did you send it to him?
I don't know. I really can't remember. Maybe, I don't know.
And let me move to another issue that's related, possibly.
Can I perhaps suggest to you, because you don't remember, so we are going to have to make what we do of this evidence that is contained in these chats. Can I propose to you for your comment that you probably sent it to him because you knew he had an interest in this meeting that was being arranged? Otherwise it doesn't make sense that you would forward an invitation to a meeting. Any comment?
I don't think it will be a good thing to say he had an interest.
Yes.
Because even myself, I can't even remember why exactly did I send this to him.
Yes.
So I can't say now to him he had an interest.
Well, the reason I'm saying probably is because it's otherwise a random discussion about a meeting and a meeting place to meet 007 at 7-ish, right? So it's a message like that. You then forward it to a specific person, Mr. Mutsumi in this case. What I'm putting to you is you didn't do so randomly. There has to be a reason. You may not remember it, but there was a reason when you forwarded this message to him. You didn't send it to just anybody. You didn't send it to General Sibia, at least not in front, what we have in front of us here. You picked a specific person. It has to be that it's because you knew he would have an interest or he has an interest in that meeting. And I'm saying that's what it looks like, if I'm to offer an explanation because you don't remember. Do you have any comment?
I still maintain that I don't remember, commissioners. With due respect, I so wish that I could scratch my head till I remember, but I can't remember.
Okay, thank you. Witness F.
Witness F, I'm going to go to a different topic. In your application for a postponement that we heard last week, you said you could only sign the application on 28 January because you weren't available on 27 January as you had to collect a suspect in Venda for Musina case 210/09/2022. The charge was cash in transit. You recall that?
That's correct.
Can you describe to the Commission what this case is about and who the suspects are?
Commissioner, the case is about cash in transit, position of hijacked motor vehicle, position of unlicensed firearms, and ammunition.
And so, am I to understand that this relates to a cash-in-transit robbery with stolen vehicles and unlicensed firearms?
That's correct.
And do you know who the suspects are? Can you recall their names?
Tobile Natoshi, Eric Matele Musa, and Bongani Kumado.
And you've been working on this case for 3.5 years now. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I want to take you to page 184 of the annexure bundle.
That's correct.
And what we see in page 184 of the annexure bundle is a document that you have prepared called Application for Fingerprints Identification as per Musina case 210/09/2022. Hereby apply for investigation of fingerprint comparison investigation as per following bag number, and you give the bag number, PW 4084-1044. Therefore, I request LCRC to investigate further the matters due to appear in the Polokwane High Court on 20 June 2024. I further request that this matter be investigated by Warrant Officer S. Motau, and you give his personal number, as he has previously investigated our cases positively. You make the specific request for Warrant Officer Motau. What previous cases had you worked on with him, and what positive results had he produced?
We worked with Warrant Officer Motau on British American tobacco cases where robberies were made in those vehicles of British American tobacco, and house breaking, even though I can't quite remember the case numbers. So we work with him most on our cases.
And he's given you good results before?
That's correct, Commissioners.
Can we go to the following page in the annexure bundle, page 185? And this, as I understand, is a photograph of that evidence bag that was referred to in your request, and it's actually the fingerprint set for the Musina case.
That's correct.
Can you now go to page 556 of the evidence bundle?
So 500.
56. And you recall that that application that you made was on the 7th of June. What we see at page 556 is that on the 14th of June at 9:43, you forwarded 2 photographs to Mr. Motsumi.
That's correct.
One was the application for the fingerprint identification to be assigned to to Warrant Officer Motau, and the second was a picture of the fingerprint set itself. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Why did you forward these police documents to Mr. Motsumi?
Okay, thank you, commissioners. On that particular day or on that week, let me bring this to the attention of the commissioners. I am a biker, a motorcycle rider. Mr. Mutsumi is a motorcycle rider. I am his mentor. He's my mentee. As a result, Mr. Mutsumi, I was supposed to ride with him to a breakfast ride that weekend to Hartebeers. So he kept on phoning and pestering me. Then I had to tell him that I'm under pressure. I'm working on this matter. This is how I sent him the photos, because of, according to me, he did not believe me that I was working on a serious matter. So therefore, I could not come to him. So I had to send a proof to him that I was busy with something.
So you're saying that you showed Mr. Motsumi the identity of the police officer who was going to do the fingerprint comparison and the fingerprint set itself, just to persuade him that you couldn't go on a breakfast ride on the weekend?
That's correct, commissioners.
Witness F, I'm having difficulty believing that answer. But let me take you to the next question. What did Warrant Officer Sydney Motau ultimately report?
I think the results were negative, but the report is inside the docket. The docket is in High Court, Polokwane, as we speak. The accused persons are still in custody. But the report of Mr. Motau is inside the said docket. I can refer to it if maybe given a chance. Currently, the docket is in High Court, Limpopo.
You see, Witness F, what we've seen is a draft of a statement from Mr. Motau, Warrant Officer Motau, that says, and I'll quote, "The Scotch tape and black folion were scanned on AFIS and no identifications were made. The black and white folions were sealed and taken to Brits LCRC fingerprints lab for processing, but no fingerprints were found from the exhibits. The exhibits were sealed in bag number PW3000, gives the number, and handed back to yourself for safekeeping on the 8th of July. So what this draft statement that we've seen on your phone says is that on the 16th of July, you forward the details of the fingerprint examiner and the fingerprint bag to Mr. Motsumi, and this is in respect of a cash in transit case. And on the 8th of July, the person whose details you had forwarded to Mr. Motsumi reports that there are no fingerprints. Do you want to comment on that?
I don't know, or I don't understand exactly your question in that matter.
Mr. Chairperson, can you please show us the final report by...
I haven't seen the final report. What I've seen is a draft report.
No, the draft you are referring to.
I can. It's not in the bundle, but I can show it. It may be that the witness wants time to consider it. Sorry.
Please talk to your leader.
Not the report. witness needs to be able to see it. Can you flight it? It's being flighted now.
Thank you, thank you.
Commissioner.
Yes, Mr. Ngwato.
Is the witness going to be asked about a document he has never seen before?
Well, it's not that he's never seen it before, it's that it wasn't in the bundle. But we don't, he doesn't need to answer questions on it now. We would just like to display it now.
If you cannot answer, you can address it later, but I don't think anything stops us from having a look at it.
So it's noted that he has never seen it. If it's not in the bundle.
But if he is in a position to answer, he may. If he says he can't, then that may be dealt with at a later stage.
Accepted, Commissioner. I'm just saying that if it's not in the bundle, it simply confirms that he has never seen it because he doesn't have it.
We can't be sure about never having seen it, but not having seen it recently in preparation for the proceedings, that's something else. But whether he never ever saw it at any stage before, we don't know. I don't know, and possibly you don't know either.
Mr. Chaskalson, where do we see that what is on the screen is related to your page 184 and 185? Because there are no, it is redacted to what is on the screen, so there are no obvious identifiers that link the two documents, the three documents.
Chair, Commissioner, what I can confirm to you is that the well, let me check this. Let us come back to this. Let us return these documents. Let us make these documents available, and we will come back. But what you do recall, Witness F, is that the finding that was ultimately made was negative.
I'm not sure, but I think it was negative. I'm subjected to be corrected if that one can be made present in my disposal.
Okay, well, we'll take this forward at a later stage.
Mr. Chaskalson, I would have asked a question relating to the same topic at 556, but if you are coming back to it, can I take?
Sorry,
I'm saying this page, these documents at this letter and evidence bag, I was going to ask questions about them, but if you're coming back to the topic, I'm happy.
Commissioner Baloyi, I'm happy for you to ask your questions now, but
Okay.
it's not going to interfere with me when I come back.
All right. Witness F, this R. Steve Mswazi, in brackets, is he a member of the SAPS?
He is not, Commissioner.
Okay. Now, if he's not a member of the SAPS, why do you share with him SAPS property, the letter that you wrote requesting that Warrant Officer Mutau be the one responsible for the matter?
Thank you, Commissioner. The reason that I've shared with Brastif, I might have stored him as Bra, as in is a early 40s, early 50s. To me, it's like a father. So I did not see him as a threat or a problem when I sent him a proof because of he was pestering me. Hey, that is when I said, Baba, relax. This is what I'm busy with now. So that he must be at ease to see that I'm not avoiding him. It's the matter of agency at work. Secondly, Bab or Steve has no interest in these matters. He does not even know the people who are arrested there. It was just me sending to him and say, Baba, relax. I'm coming. I'm still under pressure. Thank you, Commissioner.
But you see, your answer doesn't square up. Your letter is on the 7th of June. And all it says to somebody on the 7th of June is that you want the fingerprints to be taken, I think that's what it is, to be checked. And then you state who is supposed to do that. And that's on the 7th of June. And then you forward this letter to Steve on the 14th of June. So you forward it 7 days later. It doesn't tell anyone that you are busy with this matter. You've written the letter, you finished. Well, what is he supposed to make of it?
Supposed to make Steve to relax. I was, in a way, assuring him that I can never avoid to come and ride with me, even though I sent it 14 days or 7 days after. It was in that fashion that, Baba, relax. I'm busy with my work.
No, you're not busy writing the letter on the 14th, Witness F. Please try and think harder about the kind of answer you want to give us. It's false that you sent him a letter dated the 7th on the 14th so that you can show him that you are busy with this matter. That's false. That's not the only matter on your desk for sure. I can suggest that. So it is false, the answer that you are giving us. You have two options. You can rethink your answer or say to me, well, you stand by your answer even though I say it is false. Please don't repeat it. Do you want to say anything?
Commissioner, I'm afraid to say anything because according to me, I'm answering to the best of my ability. Now, I'm kind of skeptical to answer to suit a certain narrative or a certain direction, not on what really transpired on that particular day.
Okay.
I took an oath to tell nothing but the truth.
Yes.
So that is why I'm trying my level best to tell as it is.
Yes.
Thank you for.
All right. I really would like you to tell nothing but the truth. So far, you are not doing that. But let me ask you my next question. The evidence, I think, is the evidence bag, the one that says Musina case number 2 times fingerprint set. It has no date, so it doesn't say anything about you are busy. We know you are not the one that is going to be checking these fingerprints. Why do you send it? You've sent him the letter, which tells him you are busy. You've written a letter on the 7th, so you are busy. Why do you send him this bag that says, that gives a Musina case number and it says 2 times fingerprint set, and that's all that bag says? Why do you send that?
Commissioners, the bag goes hand in glove with the letter that I've sent. I just sent them 2 sets.
Yes, I'm asking you, why do you send him the bag? You don't answer and say they go together. Whether or not they go together, you've sent the letter You've given us your explanation. You wanted to show him that you are busy writing a letter that is dated the 7th. You are busy with a matter. Why do you send the bag which says nothing? On the face of it, it just gives the case number and what's in there. Why do you send this evidence bag to Steve? Witness F, do you have an answer or not to my question?
I'm afraid I would say, commissioners, I've sent the bag with a letter, and it will not sit well with my honorable commissioner that it will look as if now I'm not telling the truth. But I just sent it like that. And now, the evidence bag usually, there are no dates. Once you put the letter, the date on a letter, and you just stapler your so-called or your letter on top of this evidence bag when you submit to local criminal center. So at that particular time, we're not stapled together. I've sent both of them at that time.
Okay. Lastly, are you able to tell us whether or not it is lawful that you share this kind of information with a civilian?
I think the lawful, according to my little knowledge that I have, not that I'm making an excuse, it becomes unlawful when you share an information with a civilian who is compromised or who got interest in that particular matter. So to me, at that time, I was just sending Ubaba, this is what I'm busy with. I did not see it like that.
Okay.
So my answer to the commission, by the time I sent it, there was no any unlawfulness.
Okay. Maybe let me say lastly, I know speaking for myself, but I suspect many South Africans will not sleep easy knowing that police officers share matters, documents that are in dockets, they share them with civilians who have absolutely no interest, according to you, in matters that are under investigation. I just want to make that comment to you, that it is a matter of concern. And I put it to you, it's irregular and unlawful that you would have shared the contents of a police file with a civilian who has, according to you, no interest in the matter. Thank you, Witness F.
Noted, and thank you, Commissioner.
I now want to go onto a different topic involving Mr. Mutsumi. And it's going to involve flipping between a series of chats between yourself and Mr. Mutsumi that start at page 554, and some parallel chats between yourself and General Sabia that start at page 224. So can I ask you to start at 554, but if you've got a post-it stamp or something that you can just mark that page when I ask you to go back, you keep it marked, because we're going to be moving backwards and forwards between these pages.
Our desks are a bit cluttered, so do we need to put some of the files away and focus on one for a moment and then?
I think for now, it will be both exhibit files.
Okay.
Are the ones that we will be going through.
And you referred us to 554 and 22 something.
224
Thank
and
you.
554. And in fact, it's 553 where it starts, not 554. And there you will see that at page 553, Mr. Motsumi called you at 13:51, sort of 9 minutes to 2 in the afternoon. If you jump now, I'm sorry, we're talking about the 5th of June 2024. If you jump now to 224, you'll see that 2 minutes after you got the call from Mr. Motsumi, you sent a message to General Sabia saying, time for meeting, question mark, question mark. General Sabia replied to you at 15:26 saying, 18 to 1900, I have a meeting at 19:30. You responded at 15:27 saying, let me forward.
Mr. Chaskalson, just bear with us, please.
We are lost, Mr. Chaskalson. 224 is what? Is
It's the same, 224 in the exhibit bundle, not the annexure bundle.
.224 and 553, you say?
And 553 is where we start. So if we can start again at 553. And it may actually be easier just to take out 553 and 554 and to have them in one hand while one looks at 224 and 225 in the file. So 553, and all of this is happening on the 5th of June 2024. At 13:51, Mr. Motsumi calls you, 13:51:45. That's the sort of open chat bubble on the left-hand, bottom left of 553. Now if we go to 224, we see that at 13:53:26, which is 2 minutes later, you send a text to General Sabia saying, time for meeting, question mark, question mark. Staying on 224, at 15:26, General Sabia responds to you and says, 1800 to 1900, I have a meeting at 1930. You say immediately, let me forward to them. Now, who is them who you're going to forward to?
Thank you, Commissioners. Can I not answer that for now? Because I've got an issue here. I can see where it says outgoing and ingoing. I'm making an example. Outgoing, it is me, there in 554. The message reads as follows, still with the National Commissioner. Let's see how it goes. So on the chart, it shows it is me sending that message to Braar Mswazi. And at no cost, I was with the National Commissioner. So I'm bringing this submission that I cannot comment further on this WhatsApp up until the High Court matter is finalized, because I can't answer because I'm not sure that this message were forwarded to me or I am the author of such. Like this other message saying, yes, let us see, Sintimule is still representing. I've never been on a meeting with Sintimule, but on the chart, it states that I am the one who sent such message. So I'm making this submission to the commission that I cannot answer on this one because I'm not clear about them, especially this chart.
Well, I'll take you through the chats. I don't expect you to answer yet. I think that the concern that you're just expressing is one that will go away when we go through the chat slowly, because we'll realize that what you're doing is you're forwarding to Mr. Motsumi messages that you receive from General Sabia. But we may need to go slowly to show that to you. You say at 15:27, let me forward